Chapter 21, Work for Me. Why don't you work for me? He stared out the window as night fell. It was getting pretty late. He peeked at the clock and it pointed directly at 12. At that moment, he realized there was something wrong. There were only 3 pairs of female shoes there, but he always thought she had a boyfriend. I am staying pretty late. Is your friend not going to be jealous? Jiang Chen casually asked, but soon noticed the gloom on Zia Shiyu's face. Immediately, he realized what happened. He knew someone as smart as Zia Shiyu would not borrow money from sketchy sources. Then the only option was that, after she had lost her job, he loaned under her name. That also explained why she was left helpless in this old and torn-down apartment. Your man's a trash and a half. Jiang Chen stood up for her. He's not my man, Zia Shiyu replied with the same emotionless tone. Why don't you go home? Her apathetic tone made Jiang Chen quite shocked, so to avoid the awkwardness, he changed the subject. I don't want to bring trouble home. The resilience on her face touched Jiang Chen. She was definitely capable. He thought that maybe it was because upper management had a thing with her, but he was too quick to judge. For a renowned brand, the upper management was not the type to think with the lower half of the body. To be honest, I'm impressed, Jiang Chen said to Zia Shiyu with sincere. Really? The tone of her voice was filled with self-mockery. For some strange reason, the second she opened her mouth, Jiang Chen saw a glimpse of wretchedness in her eyes. Perhaps it was not that, perhaps it was weariness. As a woman, after all the ups and downs she has gone through, she still stayed strong. Jiang Chen didn't know what would comfort her. He was not too good at comforting women in general, or else he wouldn't be single for 20 years. Silence ensued again. Do you want to listen to my story? Jiang Chen nodded. She told him everything that happened after she fired Jiang Chen. The store was facing sales problems, and the headquarters was questioning her ability. From a bunch of anonymous complaints to holding the notice of termination, she felt a mixture of emotions when she left the place. Unemployed, cheating, and gang harassment, she was running out of options, and she finally decided to flee from her apartment and hide there. What pushed her from despair to hopelessness was hearing the proud voice of her parents on the other side of the phone. However, she couldn't express her sorrow to them. She could only answer against her will that she was okay and everything was fine. Her parents were too old to accept this travesty. Jiang Chen also felt the same heartache when he lost his job. She was not seeking sympathy. She only wanted someone to talk to because she was too tired. However, this person only showed up now. You are very strong. If there's anything I can do to help, feel free to call me. Thanks, but I don't need sympathy. Zia Shiyu smiled as she rubbed her teary eye. Smiled? Sir? Jiang Chen was stunned. Is there something on my face? Zia Shiyu felt quite shy after Jiang Chen's eyes were locked on her. No, but this is my first time seeing you smile. He blankly nodded. He knew that if he looked in the mirror right now, he would look extremely foolish. Haha, Zia Shiyu burst out in laughter. She was also stunned because she realized that she was laughing. Not only was she laughing, but she was laughing joyfully. Well, is it that funny? Jiang Chen pretended to cough as he awkwardly rubbed his head. You are very funny. Why is it in a questioning tone? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes as he looked defeated. Now that I told you my story, can you tell me yours? She rubbed her eyes. Her softened expression made her face as pristine as snow. She has such an adorable face. Why would she remain so cold every day? Jiang Chen murmured in his mind. Me, there really is not much to say. I made some money with my own business. Jiang Chen guiltily made up an unsophisticated lie. Zia Shiyu slightly frowned and looked unhappily at Jiang Chen. She didn't even realize such a girly expression appeared on her face. I don't believe it. Well, there is nothing I can do about it. He opened his palms. Some secrets must be kept hidden forever, but I do believe you'll be an excellent manager. Are you interested? This was Jiang Chen's other consideration. Open a company and let Zia Shiyu work for him. Exchanging for gold is not a long-term strategy. One day people will question his source of income. If the government noticed him, he would have to live on the other side of the earth. The best way was to open a company. He even thought about the name. It will be called Futuristic Technology. His plan was to gather all the garbage from the apocalypse and introduce groundbreaking, innovative products. iPhone, Microsoft, and Samsung will all be names of the past. Could they be as innovative as technology from 200 years later? Even the computer screen was made by full-sensory technology. If they produced the technology that only existed in sci-fi, all the consumers in the world would go insane. This was only in the electronic devices. Blizzard's, EA, and Ubisoft would go lunatics over the virtual reality technology. Once a matured virtual reality technology debuts in the market, no one would want to play with a mouse and controller anymore. Then it would be home appliances, cars, military tech, and even technology for space exploration. The possibilities were endless. The reason why he chose Xia Xiyu was simple. He couldn't find anyone else, and he trusted her ability. Although they had a conflict in the past, Jiang Chen realized he forgave her quite easily. Maybe it was because she was not a bad person, or maybe it was because of how similar their experiences are. So when Xia Xiyu hit rock bottom, Jiang Chen reached out to help her and recruited her. Interested, Xia Xiyu was still unclear about what Jiang Chen meant. How many years would you have to work in the flower shop to pay me back? And since you are unemployed, I just found a job for you. You own the company. Xia Xiyu looked at him questionably. What I'm excited to see my ex-manager work diligently under me, he said jokingly, but he looked quite serious. She closed her eyes to consider the proposition for a moment. It was quite attractive to her. She didn't have any reason to reject it. I accept. Excellent, Jiang Chen laughed and extended his hand. Welcome on board, Manger Xia. You are hired by Futuristic Technology, and your starting salary will be 10,000. The salary was comparable to her previous job. Jiang Chen's generosity made her feel confused. After so long, he already made this much progress in his career. She shook Jiang Chen's hand. The warm but coarse feeling made her slightly tremble. That's a hefty salary you are paying. However, just to be clear, I will not do any sexual favors. Astonishingly, she was surprised she got the job. Jiang Chen was completely stunned. He was amazed by the glimpse of charm she displayed. The icy beauty made a dirty joke. Haha, of course not. But the company does not condone nor prevent employees from seducing the president. The righteous beauty was obviously no match with Jiang Chen in terms of dirty jokes. After she heard the word seduce, her face flushed with anger. But to her surprise, she was more embarrassed than angry. What's the reason? Can I get a brief description of the company? Known for her professionalism, she quickly recollected herself. She headed straight to business. Futuristic Technology, the company sounds like a firm that specializes in the technology sector. What am I in charge of? Sales or research and development? If it is R&D, although I don't have any experience in the area, I am confident that I will be familiar with the responsibilities within a month. Stop right here. Jiang Chen signaled Xia Xiyu to stop talking. With her question-filled eyes fixed on Jiang Chen, he cleared his throat. In simple terms, you are the CEO, therefore you take care of everything. Let the secretary do everything was the way Jiang Chen imagined to be a boss. He didn't have the energy to manage people. Xia Xiyu's face all of a sudden turned concerned. She never heard of the futuristic technology at all. Currently, the company is still in planning stage. Jiang Chen answered the question she was worried about as if it was not a big deal at all. Don't you feel excited? You'll be the Steve Jobs of Hua, and I will be the Bill Gates of Hua. With passion, he stated the quote that he always wanted to say. He finally had the opportunity to say it. Thanks. Wait, why do you have your phone out? I am reserving a hospital bed for you. Her look expressed which type of hospital she was sending him to written all over it. Wait you. She grabbed her phone and convinced her to let him finish. If you don't join us right now, you'll regret it in 5 years, just like how no one believed in Jack Ma. Wait, don't call. Jiang Chen calmed the almost furious Xia Xiyu with a smile. He was not talented in giving pep talks. He didn't know how to recruit and excite people. He wanted to use what he has learned through WeChat marketing, but it made him even more suspicious in the end. Simple, your position is the CEO. However, since the company doesn't have a lot of business right now, why don't you take care of the position of general manager as well? At this stage, I'll pay you $10,000 a month. You don't need to repay me with this money. I really don't care about such a small amount of money. Maybe in the future your salary would be far above the amount of loan. Don't look at me like that. I'm not joking. Your next task is simple. I'll wire you $500,000 so you can incorporate the company. You don't have to worry about what happens next. In 2 months, you'll be extremely busy. She sighed as she stared at the Jiang Chen, who was feeling great about his speech. Are you not afraid I'll take the money and run? You are not that kind of a person, Jiang Chen disagreed. Also, $500,000 to learn about a person is worth it, compared to what the company will be worth in the future. Since she still couldn't find a job and owed money, Zia Shiyu made up her mind and agreed. Years later, Zia Shiyu would still be grateful when asked about this day. When media asked about how she almost rejected Jiang Chen's offer, she would just emotionally say one sentence. Sometimes a split-second decision makes a difference between a billionaire and poverty. It's late now, I'll head back. It was almost 1 in the morning. IHaveAMansion. She stood and walked Jiang Chen to the door. Don't forget to send me your bank account number. I'll prepay your July salary. You'll get paid at the end of the month. Also, find somewhere nice to live. It's not safe to live here, especially for a beauty like you. The exact contract can only be made when the company is incorporated. However, Jiang Chen was not too bothered by the details. He had faith in her loyalty. Zia Shiyu blushed when she heard Jiang Chen call her a beauty. A lot of people called her that before, but this was the first time her heart started to pump faster. She didn't display her feminine side this time and nodded calmly. Okay. That's all from me. I have to leave for a couple of days, so you might not be able to reach me. Jiang Chen turned around and left. Wait. Jiang Chen turned back. Thank you, you looked very handsome when. At Jiang Chen's surprised look, Zia Shiyu slammed the door shut. This girl, is she interested in me? Jiang Chen thought joyfully. But it could just be a simple thanks. He didn't think too much of it. She leaned behind the closed door and slowly slid onto the ground. The cold feeling of the porcelain tile pressed against her smooth leg made her mixed emotions slightly calmer. What happened there? Why did I say something so embarrassing? She covered her face as she tried to hide the tingling sensation in her hands. Her lips slightly trembled. That was so embarrassing. I want to die, In humiliation, she hid her head between her legs. Chapter 22, Sanya Vacation. Sanya, located at the southern tip of Hainan Island, was also known as Lu City. It was renowned as the eastern Hawaii and the top tourist city in Han. It possessed the most stunning views of the ocean. Beach, ocean, and bikinis. It was the haven for vacationers. The slightly salty sea wind carried the fragrance of coconuts. Here, there was no worry about toxic gas and no concern about smog. The city welcomed tourists with the pristine sky and the aroma of nature. It was one of the cities with the best air quality in Han. He decided to go on this journey spontaneously. Beach shirt, sunglasses, and an empty suitcase. A smile emerged on his face as he saw the stretch of crystal-clear sky. He stood in front of the airport for a while before finally waving down a taxi. The driver diligently helped Jiang Chen with the suitcase and respectfully opened the door for him. The excellent service was because he made a reservation at Sheraton, which was the most expensive mansion beside the beach. The 7-day trip would cost him $220,000, which was enough for a down payment on a house. He would have never experienced this luxury in the past, but now his goal was to enjoy the journey. The sooner he spent all his money, the earlier he could go back. Is Sun Jiao okay now? Jiang Chen began to miss his hot personal assistant. If she were with him right now, the journey would be much more enjoyable. And Yao Yao, did she take care of herself? He looked at the view that passed by him. Compared to the always occupied feeling in the city, The island has a more relaxed vibe. Maybe I'll buy an island once I have money. He enjoyed the beautiful scenery and thought to himself. The car soon arrived at its destination. The Sheraton. It was a mansion located at the southernmost tip of the island in the Dragon Bay, and it was also a natural rain forest. The silver-white sand extended along the shore. Coconuts and palm trees decorated the beach. Everything a beach was supposed to have existed here. The service at a world-renowned five-star hotel was indeed stellar. The server greeted Jiang Chen as he stepped out of the car. With a smile on his face, he took Jiang Chen to his mansion. "If you need anything, sir, please use the terminal to let us know. We'll be here immediately. We wish you have a great vacation and let Sheraton be a part of your delightful memory." With a professional and charming smile, the server passed an iPad-looking tablet to Jiang Chen. All the functionality of the hotel could be controlled from this terminal. He took a deep breath. Whoa. He threw off his annoying t-shirt and underwear and jumped into the hot spring. Pooch. Water splashed as Jiang Chen lied in the hot spring. He was savoring this moment of peace. How am I going to spend the next 7 days? He didn't plan anything. In his view, the purpose of travel was to relax. The goal was not to do quests here. Since he had all the money and time in the world, he was here to just have fun. Without sunscreen, even Jiang Chen's improved condition couldn't handle direct exposure to the summer sun. He stood up from the hot spring and dried himself with a towel. After changing into a casual outfit, he walked to the balcony. The view directly overlooked the entirety of Sheraton's beach. This mansion was the best sightseeing spot on the beach. The beach was filled with attractive figures. Jiang Chen automatically filtered out all the dudes. Conservative southeastern beauties, blonde and blue-eyed foreigners, and even exquisite Middle Eastern hotties. Some of them bathed in the sun, some of them were playing in the water, some surfed, and some were playing beach volleyball. It was busy down there. However, he got tired of the scene quite quickly. It was boring watching someone else play. He grabbed a glass of wine and chugged it like beer. He tried to savor the noble taste of the wine, but all he tasted was a sourness. If Sheraton's manager heard Jiang Chen complain about the wine, the manager would probably kick him out for his lack of taste. Maybe he has seen too many crowded places in the city, and all he wanted was peace here. He rubbed sunscreen on himself and laid flat on a chair. The warm and cozy feeling was delightful. It felt as if every single one of his pores were being massaged. His weariness was also taken away gently by the light breeze of the sea wind. Away from the noise, he was enjoying the Southern Kingdom's sunlight. There was also an occasional crashing of the waves along the shoreline and the laughter from the beauties playing beach volleyball. The noises lightly tingled his rigid eardrums and calmed his tight nerves. He closed his eyes and peacefully slept. No wonder all the rich people enjoyed the beach and the ocean in the movie. Why didn't I do this before? Jiang Chen spent his afternoon in the sun. As the sun began setting in the east, he enjoyed the orangey hue that stretched across the horizon before finally leaving the balcony. It was already dinner time. Because of Jiang Chen's stronger body conditions, he was more sensitive to hunger. Although he could dine in, he decided not to. It was his first time at a five-star hotel. He wanted to explore the place. What's the point of eating takeout on vacation? He used the tablet to read over the description of all the facilities in the hotel. It listed everything from maps to the characteristics of each restaurant. Just as he was glancing through each restaurant, the terminal vibrated. It signaled he had mail in front of his door. Mail. He opened the door and found a box. It was an invitation. The Saudi Prince Mr. Yef for his beloved princess. Birthday party. What the hell is this? The most luxurious restaurant at Sheraton was hosting a dinner tonight. It invited all the celebrity and person of importance to attend. It was a birthday for a Saudi prince's princess. Jiang Chen, who lived in the most expensive room, obviously received an invitation. Since I already got the invitation, I'll see what's out there. Jiang Chen smiled as he displayed a glimpse of interest. Of course, see what's out there. was equivalent to what was there to eat. Chapter 23, Upper Class. It was a private function, so the dress code of the gathering was formal. Jiang Chen was the only one that showed up in a casual outfit. His plan was to vacation here, so he had no intention of bringing a formal suit. A pianist performed at the front of the restaurant. The elegant piano resonated within the room. The elites from all kinds of industries mingled and bonded in search of their inner circle. Jiang Chen stood out among the others as he circled on the edge of the dinner table with plates filled with food. His primary interest was on the table stuffed with delicious treats. Networking nor dancing interested him. This steak is FC King delicious. He delicately chewed and nodded his head in satisfaction. He tried to act elegantly by gently rubbing the grease off of his lips. Although he was a foodie, if he didn't care about his gesture at all, he would be a peasant. Maybe security would even escort him out. He held his wine and gazed onto the person at the center of everyone's attention. The Saudi prince was indeed remarkably wealthy. The princess looked gorgeous. Her graceful figure curved like an hourglass. Her delicate nose paired with her crystal-like eyes created a perfect elegance. The princess possessed the facial characteristics of an Eastern beauty and the figures of the exquisite Western woman. Her composure also foretold her sense of class to everyone around. She didn't wear a headscarf, so she must have been from Lebanon. An enormous diamond, shaped like a star, decorated her flawless neck. Jiang Chen didn't know how much it would cost, but based on the size, it must be worth millions. The prince standing beside her was also handsome. Jiang Chen observed that the two protagonists were surrounded by either arms dealers to oil tycoons. There were a few Asian-looking faces mixed in between, but he couldn't be sure of their nationality. The rest of the elites gathered in groups. Jiang Chen saw several familiar faces. There was a renowned singer here, and the bald guy from Fast and Furious. He was surprised by the fact that so many celebrities were here as well, but he didn't have any intention of talk to them. Mr. Yef, why did you choose the mysterious East to celebrate this special moment with your princess? I'm especially fond of this place. Last time I was in Hawaii, but it's quite nice here as well. There are no reporters here. Of course, there were reporters, but they were all invited by the police to have a chat. The conversation was probably about passport documents. Regardless of how frustrated those foreign reporters were, the police didn't let them go. In this country, it was more important to make sure you complied with the legal process than report meaningless news. When the time was right, then you could leave. In this country, money was more useful than capitalistic countries. Last time in Hawaii, Yef spent double the amount of money to hire gangs to take care of the situation. He also spent the same amount and bribed the cops to ignore the situation. The complete service of the country fitted the needs of the Saudi prince well. Because of the importance Yef placed on privacy, his friends would always take the journey to see him. Although the friendly Yef invited everyone who resided at the hotel, not everyone lived here. Some people booked the hotel for a few nights to access this resourceful network. Jiang Chen was quite lucky that he booked out the most expensive hotel. He didn't know that the Saudi prince was having a party here. Mr. Olaf, are you interested in 5 oil tankers of crude oil? Of course I am interested. We burn those every day. Mr. Zakov, if you would please chat with me. My pleasure. A deal was made almost every minute between each conversation. Jiang Chen sighed as he couldn't believe the scene. He witnessed deals happen while eating salmon. What a bizarre idea. He even heard a few Asian billionaires talk about business, stock markets, and even some private matters. Jiang Chen also heard some quite explosive headlines. For example, a rumored engaged actress showed up at the real estate tycoon's room last night. Also, a female singer known for her pureness was at a sexual party. Jiang Chen even downloaded a few of her songs. The news heard shocked him, but he was not too surprised. Sexual favors were always common among the celebrity circle. If the reporters managed to sneak in, there would be unimaginable consequences. Of course, no reporters would show up. A5 Kobe beef, great stuff. IHaveAMansion, these things are sure nice. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and glanced at the bulky white man across from him. This small piece is worth 300 USD. The way you eat it makes you feel poor. The white male with short hair and a mustache smiled. He spoke fluent Mandarin, which surprised Jiang Chen. How did you know I was Han? Jiang Chen curiously asked. Han, Korean, and Japanese people were hard to distinguish when they stood side by side. Even Jiang Chen himself wouldn't be able to tell. I have great people identifying skills. My name is Bruce Miller. He smiled and extended his hand. Because you eat the most, Bruce thought in his head. He shook Bruce's hand and exchanged a friendly smile. Jiang Chen. I know you are up to no good, Jiang Chen also judged. Instinct told Jiang Chen that this guy was not simple. The not simple did not refer to whether he was rich or not. Everyone here has money here. The scent of blood surrounded him. Only people who have experienced life and death possess this unique kind of vibe. Jiang Chen was alerted. He didn't know what this guy wanted. Don't worry, it's great to see someone in the same trade. Bruce sensed Jiang Chen's cautious look and waved his hand. Oh, he thinks I'm in the same trade as him. Jiang Chen didn't know what to say. MHMM, am I that obvious? He didn't correct him and asked in a curious tone. Have you not noticed that the security here is looking at you? Bruce sipped his glass of wine and said slowly. Looking at me? Why are they looking at me? Jiang Chen glanced at the guards with their shades on. Their muscular body looked forceful in his eyes. He didn't know how Bruce noticed they were watching him through their shades. Jiang Chen also took a sip of his wine. Me, Mr. Bruce, I think you made a mistake. I am only an ordinary person here on vacation, Jiang Chen said in a calm tone. After Bruce had heard Jiang Chen's words, he let out a sigh. He was a mercenary, so he usually would not be allowed to show up at a gathering like this. However, since his team was responsible for Prince Yef's security, he was granted permission. The first thing that caught his eye was Jiang Chen. The sense of blood made him extremely cautious. This guy was dangerous. He didn't have bulky muscles, but he had a peculiar feeling that if they fought in close combat, there was an 80% chance that he would lose. If Jiang Chen heard his question, he would probably laugh and tell him that he would 100% lose. Regardless of how strong his technique was, Jiang Chen would destroy him with his strength and reflex. He noticed that Jiang Chen was only here for the food, so he questioned his judgment. Maybe it was a colleague just here on vacation. To better understand the situation, he exchanged opinions with his team before finally deciding to have a conversation. That's excellent. Enjoy your dinner, sir. Bruce smiled and raised his cup. Bruce didn't leave right away, but instead chatted with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was also curious about the life of the foreign mercenaries, so the conversation was quite lovely. That time it was in Kane. We escorted a top government military to the front lines of the battle. We got flanked. After a couple glasses of wine, Bruce was clearly more excited. I thought it was the Russians because they had strong firepower, so in the end, we were forced to stay in a building until the tanks arrived. It was not a secret, so Bruce didn't hide too much. From their conversation, Jiang Chen knew that they were part of Blackwater International's security team responsible for overseas businesses. Bruce was experienced in the battlefield. He was active in the Iraq War before he retired. Since we are just casually chatting, why don't you tell me about yourself, Mr. Jiang? I am quite curious, for I can't afford the beach mansion with my salary. The goal of making money is to enjoy it afterward. What would I save it for? My coffin. Jiang Chen smiled as he answered his question. He was also on his third steak. My bad. If you don't feel comfortable sharing your business, then don't worry. Bruce's fine dining etiquette didn't seem to match his history of violence. Oh, it's not that big of a deal. To put it in simple terms, it has to do with gold, Jiang Chen said mysteriously. Do you work in South Africa? That's a good place. Bruce nodded. No, it's in Asia. Jiang Chen shook his head. Bruce was quite surprised. To my knowledge, Asia is not a hotspot for a lot of business. Is there a lot of business there? Bruce looked confused. That's not true. There is a lot of business near the border. We get paid in gold. Jiang Chen made up a story. Bruce listened to the story and smiled back. He then kept his silence. A lot of conversations are better when they are off-topic, especially for a mercenary like him. There were usually two types of border businesses, firearms or drugs. Both of them were not conversation topics suitable for the public. These types of gathering usually prepared private rooms for these matters. These gatherings also had FBI agents lurking around. Questions too specific would be impolite in public. The gathering safely reached its conclusion. After the prince's romantic remark to the princess, the elites began to depart. As Jiang Chen was preparing to leave, Bruce offered him his business card and said goodbye. The reason why he chatted with Jiang Chen was primarily because he wanted to keep an eye on him. Since the gathering was over, he didn't need to stay there any longer. Jiang Chen stuffed the business card into his pocket, as he would unlikely meet Bruce again. Jiang Chen didn't want to create too much attention in the modern world, but he kept the business card in case he ever needed something from Bruce. Chapter 24, Liu Yao. A gathering of this caliber obviously would attract the attention of other tourists. They could only look from afar under the close watch of security. A lot of fangirls screamed when they saw the muscular Dwayne Johnson. However, the elites all left with their female companion, under the protection of their bodyguards. People who attended the dinner were obviously either rich or important. This became an obvious target for girls who were looking for sugar daddy. It would be life-changing if they managed to create something romantic here. The opportunity always existed. Some of the celebrities actually preferred these types of girls. There was even an event that made national news consisting of these celebrities. Sheraton didn't make too much of a commotion over these people. They allowed pretty-looking girls to enter the hotel even if they lived elsewhere. If the place was too orderly, where would the fun be? "Hi, handsome. Are you by yourself?" A beauty with the most pleasant smile casually flirted with Jiang Chen. She was wearing nothing but a pair of sunglasses and a simple bikini. The elegant curves of her breasts were at least a D cup. Her delicate and thin waist matched with her long and flawless legs, and slightly curled hairstyle gave her vibe that was both pure and graceful. She was no doubt sexy, but who knew if her breasts were real, or if she was actually pure on the inside? "Indeed, I am alone. Is there anything I can help you with, beauty?" Jiang Chen gazed at her dazzling smile and smiled as well. He had no moral grounds to hold back. If the possibility of a one-night stand presented itself, he would not resist the offer. "Of course, I am missing a male companion to enjoy the beach with." The beauty sensed that there was an opportunity, and a confident smile appeared on her face. She strutted towards Jiang Chen and then leaned into him. With a light but hot and seductive breath, Jiang Chen felt a rush of desire into his abs. "Oh, that's perfect then. My mansion at the beach also lacks the presence of a female companion." Jiang Chen approached the beauty's ear and whispered. The warm breath of air and the explosive news made the beauty gasp in shock. Sheraton's beach mansion cost at least 20 to 30,000 a day. When she discovered she hit the jackpot, she immediately became more enthusiastic. She hopped energetically beside Jiang Chen and grabbed him by the arm. "Excellent, can you show me your mansion?" Her pristine eyes portrayed her as an innocent girl, as her pair of boobs accidentally pressed against Jiang Chen's arm. She had a kind of pureness to her attraction. Her soft and sweet voice made Jiang Chen want to eat her on the spot. "My name is Jiang Chen. May I ask what your name is, beauty?" With chivalry, Jiang Chen hugged the graceful figure and smiled. "Liu Yao, I don't know if you have watched that year before, but I am the supporting actress in it." Liu Yao seductively and gently breathed on Jiang Chen's ear's most sensitive spot and grazed her teeth against it. Her eyes were like a crest. "You can call me Yao." Teen dramas have been quite popular in recent years. Low production costs along with high reception rates made this genre of films fill every screen across the country. Although in Jiang Chen's teenage years there was no abortion, leaving the country or someone dying made up the majority of these films' plotlines. Jiang Chen was also not necessarily interested in the unrealistic scenarios, but he still went to a movie with a university classmate he had a crush on. Something interesting to note was that, by the end of the date, Jiang Chen didn't even manage to hold the girl's hand. The busty but innocent-looking math class representative Chen Liu, that's a shame. There were only a few seconds for such an attractive character. He glanced at the massive pair of boobs and smiled. He would never tell Liu Yao that he went to see the movie with a female classmate and even masturbated to it before. I'll call you Liu. I prefer this name better. The name Yaya belonged to an adorable girl. Liu Yao without a clue smiled and followed Jiang Chen to the mansion at the beach. When they stepped through the door, her delightful figure was immediately pressed against Jiang Chen's body. Liu Yao proactively offered her seductive lips. He felt her impressive breasts push up against his chest, as well as her flirtatious tongue dancing in his mouth. Jiang Chen's repressed desire was reignited. Liu Yao was skillful in knowing a man's sensitive spots, and she used her gentle hands to push Jiang Chen to his emotional climax. It was a fantastic time to have sex with an experienced woman, as they knew all the weaknesses. They will proactively attack those weaknesses and lead the way to happiness. Also, responsibility was never an issue afterward. Liu, let's shower together. Jiang Chen's heavy breathing resonated beside Liu Yao's ear. His annoying clothing had long been removed by Liu Yao's teasing touch. Student Jiang Chen, you have to be respectful. With his warm and firm muscles, Liu Yao also felt a little wet. However, she suddenly frowned and rejected Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was confused as he didn't realize what she was doing. Though when he felt the warmth of her hands still on his body and saw her desire-filled eyes, he immediately understood everything. No wonder she is an actress. Although she was a third tier at best, her acting skills were superb. With a smirk, Jiang Chen roughly grabbed Liu Yao and whispered into her ear, "This is not up to you, my math class representative." Water splashed again, as the soothing hot spring became a steamy love bed. As Liu was already in her bikini, there was no need to remove it. Liu Yao fiercely resisted against Jiang Chen's attack, but at the same accepted his waves of thrust. In the water, beside the hot tub, on the beach chair, those two left their battle marks everywhere. Afterwards, did it feel nice? Liu Yao laid comfortably on the bed like a gentle cat and gazed sweetly at Jiang Chen. "You devil!" Jiang Chen jokingly cursed at her while he slapped her butt. His actions made her scorn. The softness of the bed, along with the soft melody whispered into his ears, gently massaged his head. The occasional sea wind only made the moment more soothing. "What a time to be alive!" Jiang Chen exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. "What do you think, student Jiang Chen, of the math class representative's private tutor lesson? Are you satisfied?" Liu Yao gently joked, as she leaned towards Jiang Chen with her chin resting on her palm. "It's believed that women are more attractive from this angle." "Extremely." Jiang Chen gave her a warm smile and reached out to touch her delicate face. "Like fine porcelain, crafted to perfection." "Am I beautiful?" "You're beautiful," Jiang Chen answered honestly as he began to play with her fluffy hair. "Where is your girlfriend?" Liu Yao all of a sudden changed the topic. A sign of ambition emerged from her gentle, watery eyes. "In a different world." It would be considered a different world, no doubt, if Sun Jiao was considered his girlfriend. Jiang Chen didn't lie. Except the words were interpreted differently by Liu Yao, as the obvious explanation was she passed away. Jiang Chen's identity all of a sudden changed from a wealthy man seeking for a one-night stand to a successful businessman that just lost the love of his life. This ignited the desire in Liu Yao's eyes. With a slight sorrowful expression on her face, Liu Yao gently hugged Jiang Chen's head and used her soft breasts to comfort his remorse spirit. In her eyes, Jiang Chen's silence was because of his loss. Jiang Chen didn't bother explaining. He quietly enjoyed Liu Yao's small gestures as little Jiang Chen, who just finished a hard-fought battle, began to show signs of life again. Sensing Jiang Chen's movement, Liu Yao understandingly smiled and tapped his chest with her finger. She stopped Jiang Chen from getting up. "Leave it to me." She enchantingly smiled and gracefully moved her body before lowering her head. After a long and tiring session, Liu Yao swallowed the fruit of victory in front of Jiang Chen. She was delighted when she noticed Jiang Chen's brief excitement at the act. "Are you feeling better now?" "Excellent, I feel like I'm about to fly," Jiang Chen exaggerated. "Traveling by yourself is lonely, right?" She took a napkin and wiped the edge of her mouth. She then resumed to rest on the spot and innocently shook out her long and seductive legs. "Of course, no wonder a good vacation requires a beauty." Jiang Chen satisfyingly stretched out his limbs. "Do you want me to always be with you?" Liu Yao touchingly gazed at Jiang Chen. "I have 7 days of vacation. I hope you'll be with me for those 7 days." Jiang Chen euphemistically but determinedly rejected Liu Yao. He didn't mind sharing a memorable experience with a supporting actress from the movie, but he would never accept her as one of his own. He didn't have any moral codes to abide by, but it didn't mean he was willing to accept. Liu Yao paused for a moment before she awkwardly smiled. She didn't insist. She knew too well the certainty in a man's words. She also clearly understood that Jiang Chen would accept her as his woman. She had the realization the moment she entered the acting scene. Except she still felt slightly at a loss. Jiang Chen is young and powerful, which is significantly better compared to the beer-bellied movie investors. Jiang Chen's looks also appealed to her taste and were able to meet her materialistic needs. However, the reality was like what happened in the movie. Liu and the main actor didn't manage to be together. "In the next 7 days, you'll have an allowance of $10,000 a day. Buy something with it. You can also use my mansion free at will." Jiang Chen softly caressed Liu Yao's face and whispered, "IHaveAMansion." Liu Yao closed her eyes and covered Jiang Chen's hand as she gently replied. This amount was significantly higher than her salary, and the job was much more relaxing. There was nothing she was unsatisfied about. Jiang Chen had no weird fetishes and always treated her with gentleness. She thought about it before she slowly climbed on top of Jiang Chen. "If that is the case, at least for the next few days, let's enjoy this rare vacation." Chapter 25, Robert's Invitation. The next day, Jiang Chen woke up when the first ray of sunshine shone into the room. He looked at the EP. When the EP was not fully deployed, the appearance was similar to a classy but odd-looking watch. User name, Jiang Chen. Muscle strength, 25. Bone strength, 27. Reflex, 29. Brain cell strength, 14. The 3 body conditions increased by 1 or 2 points, and that concluded the full potential of the gene vaccine. Any additional improvements would have to come from working out or more advanced medication. Sun Jiao's ridiculous numbers were the result of near-death experiences that triggered more potential from the gene vaccine. Sun Jiao and Jiang Chen both used the standard type of gene vaccine, but he could only reach her numbers in fury mode. It was not too hard to imagine the danger she must have had to face. He closed his EP and looked at the sleeping Liu Yao. Jiang Chen didn't wake her up and walked onto the balcony. He leaned against the fence and breathed in the refreshing sea wind that was blowing into his face. He poured himself a cup of wine and waited for the sunrise. Relaxing, calming, luxurious. "What's next? What have I not experienced?" he mumbled in deep thought. After he had returned to this world, his mental state became more stable. The bloody scene faded from his heart, and he felt his sanity was back to normal again. He sighed. He didn't like the taste of wine, but he still took a sip. "It's not good for you to drink wine in the morning." "Oh, you are awake." Jiang Chen paused slightly and turned around. "IHaveAMansion." Liu Yao tidied her hair against the sea wind. She didn't wear anything but was covered by a simple bathrobe. She looked quite graceful in the middle of the sea wind. "Okay, why don't you watch the sunrise with me?" He left the wine on the table beside him. Liu Yao gracefully walked towards Jiang Chen and slightly leaned against him. The rising sun reflected a golden shadow on her beautiful face. Jiang Chen, who peeked at her, was stunned. "Are you looking at me, or are you watching the sunrise?" "Beauty and the sunrise." Jiang Chen smiled. His vision extended beyond the horizon. "I don't understand." Liu Yao fixed her slightly messy hair. "You are gorgeous and smart, but why are you not popular?" Jiang Chen cracked a smile. He saw the film that year, and although it was to chase after the girl who didn't end up liking him back, he still finished the movie. The supporting actresses only had a few scenes to emphasize the supporting actor's unfortunate existence. However, those scenes left deep impressions in Jiang Chen's heart. Her acting was astonishing for a supporting actress. Beauties can also be unfortunate, particularly for an unsupported person like me. Liu Yao's lip pursed slightly. It was a mockery of reality and a self-mockery. However, she still gazed at Jiang Chen with some expectation. Jiang Chen didn't continue the conversation. He saw the expectation in her eyes, but he didn't want to respond. Live life to the fullest. Even through the odd encounter with her, Jiang Chen was nobody in the crowded world. Since it was a vacation, let's just temporarily forget about life. Ding! The electronic bell disrupted Jiang Chen's peace. He lazily turned over the iPad terminal. "Who is this?" Jiang Chen opened the front camera. It was Bruce's fully mustached face. "My dear friend, did you forget about me in just one night?" Bruce's humorously accused. His fluent hand always shocked Jiang Chen. "Haha, of course not. Let me open the door for you." Jiang Chen closed the terminal and put on his slippers. "Your friend?" Liu Yao looked at the white male on the iPad with curiosity. "Business partner, I guess," Jiang Chen shrugged. Liu Yao kept her mouth closed. In her eyes, Jiang Chen was an elite that attended an international gathering. It would be rude of her to ask more questions. However, what she didn't know was that the guy was only a mercenary and no business would happen until later. Jiang Chen was good at making people think too much. Smart people always saved him the trouble of explaining things. "Do you need me to leave?" "No, but why don't you go check out from your hotel and put your luggage here?" Jiang Chen said with a naughty smile. "You won't have any chances to go back." Jiang Chen decided it was better for Liu Yao to not be present. These rooms always prepared extra clothes for the wealthy. However, no one bothered to wear the clothes they provided. To Jiang Chen's surprise, there was actual business for him. "My old friend, aren't you a bodyguard for the Saudi prince? What brings you here?" Jiang Chen took a waft of Bruce's cigar. He. Bruce hesitated for a moment but soon cut straight to the chase. "My ex-employer overheard our conversation yesterday. He's interested in you and wants me to make a formal introduction." "Oh," Jiang Chen was caught off guard. "Does he want to hire me?" He didn't want to carry an assault rifle to a military hotspot to fight wars. He had better business to do. "I don't want to ruin my vacation here." "I think you are misunderstanding the situation." Bruce read the uncertainty in Jiang Chen's eyes. He took a breath and then blew a ring. Then in a genuine voice he began, "Robert Smith is a respectable middleman. He is in the crude oil and gold business. He once hired me in Iraq. Quite a nice fellow. He came here to attend the gathering of an old customer, and he is now living in the presidential suite on the 7th floor. Gold?" Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. "Looks like I must see him." Chapter 26, The Middleman. "Welcome, you must be Mr. Jiang, my friend from the mysterious East." After Jiang Chen had entered the room, he saw a white male with blonde, curly hair approach him with an amiable smile. He used a hand gesture that he learned from one of the kung fu movies and greeted Jiang Chen. Although he was white, Mr. Robert's face was nowhere close to white. His skin looked as coarse as sandpaper. However, his composure and clean appearance made Jiang Chen sense his respect. "Nice to meet you. You must be Mr. Robert. Mr. Bruce introduced you to me." Jiang Chen felt a little weird but returned the same hand gesture. To be honest, it was awkward using the foreigner's way to greet others. The idea was simply a bit confusing, but that was what happened. "Bruce is a nice guy. He took a bullet for me in the Middle East. It was a pleasure to meet him again, and as the famous hand proverb goes, a friend's friend is my friend. Am I right?" Mr. Robert extended his hand. "Of course, your hand is remarkable." Jiang Chen held onto Mr. Robert's hand and firmly shook it as he expressed his shock. Although Jiang Chen didn't know if what Mr. Robert said was truly a proverb. "Haha, of course. I always had a keen interest in this mysterious Eastern kingdom. There are opportunities everywhere." Mr. Roberts' eyes rested on Jiang Chen, and then he gestured gracefully. "Please come in, my friend. I have a Lafite from 1982. I wanted to try it for a long time. I can't say no to this invite." The wine tasted different than the wine provided by the hotel. The bloody red liquid expelled an exquisite fragrance of time. Even for someone like Jiang Chen, who had no experience in wine tasting, he still tasted the difference. The man who stood by Mr. Roberts' side was as silent as a rock. However, Jiang Chen sensed the monstrous nature from his stature. He had a pair of shades on, but his protruding nose indicated that he was a Slav. His bear-like vibe perhaps indicated that he came from a Soviet country. "My bodyguard, Nick Belarusian. We met in Kane. He's also a good guy and responsible for my safety." Mr. Robert noticed Jiang Chen staring. "Bruce is a good guy, but Blackwater International sometimes does shady business. They are also a bit too close to the FBA, so I had to find a different partner." Despite the conversation revolving around him, the statue-like bodyguard did not show any reactions. "Is your business dangerous?" Jiang Chen sat on the chair and casually changed the topic. "I heard from Bruce that you are a renowned middleman in the UA, crude oil and gold." "Absolutely. Apart from the relatively safe crude oil and gold, I have to sometimes obtain firearms for my employer. If I get my hands on those, there will always be someone after my life." Mr. Robert lit up a cigar. He offered Jiang Chen one as well. "Your country has strict gun control, which makes it feel like heaven to me. However, good times are always short-lasting. I have a flight to South Africa at 3 o'clock. "You sure you have enough time?" Jiang Chen glanced at the clock. It was 11 already. "Don't worry." Mr. Robert waved his hand and smiled. He then sat straight up. "I am very interested in Mr. Jiang's business. Is there anything I can do to help you?" Jiang Chen paused for a brief moment. He dusted the cigar and sat up as well. "I hope there is no confusion here, my friend. I accidentally overheard your conversation with Bruce last night. It was an accident, but business always sprouts from occasions. I have been looking for opportunities here in the Far East, and I am still exploring. My instinct tells me that we can be great partners." Jiang Chen didn't make a fuzz about eavesdropping. With a slight interest, he continued the conversation. "For example, Mr. Jiang, businesses are paid in gold, right? However, to my knowledge, your country's law prohibits the large sell-off of gold because it would attract the government's attention, especially gold without the proof of ownership." Looks like Mr. Robert is extremely knowledgeable about our country's laws. However, is there no issues with selling gold in the UA? Jiang Chen nodded without disagreeing with his comment. "Of course there are problems. Though in the UA we speak with the law and with evidence, not with politics. I have a professional team to deal those kinds of issues. Even if I have a little problem with the FBA right now, I'm still here chatting with you, right?" With a mysterious smile, he continued, "How I do this? Let me give you an example. I incorporated a shell company in Saudi. I received a batch of crude oil from Iran. According to the sanction, my action is against the law. However, if the crude oil is sold through my shell company in Saudi, then the crude oil will be legal to sell within the international market. If you already told me this, are you not afraid?" Jiang Chen immediately understood why. With such a strong bodyguard, he must have a strong security team. He now has a clear understanding of Mr. Roberts' business. This middleman has the ability to access the black market. "It looks like we do have a partnership opportunity." Jiang Chen smiled. "I am an honest businessman." Mr. Roberts saw that his deal was made, and a delighted smile appeared on his face. "I'll accept the gold regardless of the amount. As long as your gold is sold through my mining company in South Africa, it will be legal once it enters the international market. You don't have to worry about the specifics. You can just sell the gold to me. I'll take a 9% processing fee." Jiang Chen considered it. 9% was not a lot to begin with. All of his gold had no costs associated with it. It would be okay to sell a small amount to the gold shop, but if he did offer 10 tons of gold, not a lot of gold shops would dare to accept it. Even if he sold it in smaller batches, there was a high chance he would be suspected. The Liu Anshan guy also gave him a weary feeling. He probably wasn't that clean either. It's always better to be careful. Although selling gold to foreigners is considered smuggling, Mr. Robert probably has it figured out. Mr. Robert saw that Jiang Chen was silent. He wasn't sure either if the 9% is too high. However, this business was not risk-free. The capital to purchase the gold would be a problematic amount. If the amount was over 20 million USD, then he must take a private loan to fund the deal. The interest would not be a small number. However, if Jiang Chen possessed a large amount of gold, he could lower the fee by a percentage. Just as Mr. Robert was about to lower the price, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his mouth. "No problem, but I have a condition." Jiang Chen's words surprised Mr. Robert at first, but a joyful smile ensued. "I can guarantee the quality of the gold. It's the 24K gold you guys commonly refer to. I believe you have the expertise to determine that as well. Of course, the gold in the bank would be authentic. However, you have to be responsible for the transportation. I will only transport the gold to a location within the country. Also, you must pay in USD on the spot. I will take no further responsibility once the transaction is complete." "No problem, my friend," Mr. Robert agreed without hesitation. "Looks like we have a deal." "Of course, cheers." Jiang Chen gladly extended his hand. "Cheers." Mr. Robert cheerfully held onto Jiang Chen's hand as they both stood up. "Here's my card. If you are ready, why don't we arrange a time in the future? Also, it would be best to prepare a Swiss bank account. It is the most convenient." "Absolutely. I wish you the best of luck. Can I learn a little more about your background? How much are you going to sell, Mr. Jiang? I'll have to prepare enough liquidity." Mr. Robert asked this slightly intruding question to prepare for the worst. "Oh, there's no rush. I'll give you a call on July 15th. The amount is probably a few tons." Jiang Chen exited the room and left a stunned Mr. Robert. His face was completely blank. He didn't even realize he dropped his expensive cigar. A few tons. With the current market condition, an ounce of gold traded at 1,350 USD. 1 ton of gold would be 43,402,500 USD. At a processing fee of 9%, he would make 10 million with just 3 tons of gold. This is ridiculous, 9%. Easiest money of his life. A few tons of gold. He would have done it with 7%. How wealthy was Jiang Chen to not even negotiate? It also strengthened Mr. Robert's assumption that the gold was definitely from illegal sources. What kind of business is he doing? Did he rob the central bank? Oh God! It took Mr. Robert a while to recollect his thoughts. Then he gasped, "Oh my, I am going to be rich." He only made 500,000 selling 10,000 barrels of crude oil, with the risk that the UA military may detain the shipment. However, Jiang Chen decided the fate of a $1 billion deal in a few minutes. "Nick, do you think our friend from the Far East is reliable?" Mr. Robert murmured as if he was still dreaming. He knew Nick has no understanding of business, but he needed someone to tell him that this was not a dream. "Sorry, boss, I don't know a whole lot." Bruce expected Nick's response. He was silent before he continued. "However, I know this man is dangerous." "Really? Does he know martial arts?" Mr. Robert laughed at the statement. He made a funny pose as if he was Bruce Lee. Nick stared at the pretentious boss and shook his head. He knew his boss quite well. Whenever Bruce was excited, he would always make some funny poses to express his excitement. From a soldier's instinct, this guy is stronger than Bruce. It was his job to ensure his safety. Therefore, he gave his honest opinion. Mr. Robert was surprised by the comment. "He is not a merchant. No way, my instincts are usually right." Nick hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Maybe he is a merchant, but his combat technique is quite strong. My instincts tell me that even if he can't beat me with firearms, we are a 50-50 split in close combat." Mr. Robert took a while to process the comment. He has seen Nick's ability before. In Kane, when he sold firearms to the government forces under the permission of the UA government, the civil forces attacked him. Nick immediately pulled out the gun of the wounded government official and used the remaining 9 bullets to bring him back to safety. He killed more 10 civil militants during the exchange. Now Nick is saying Jiang Chen's close combat power is comparable to his. Mr. Robert all of a sudden burst into laughter. No wonder the Far East is a mysterious kingdom. Why don't we head to Egypt next time? Ha ha ha. No wonder Jiang Chen didn't hire any bodyguards. His prowess in fighting is enough in this gun-prohibited country. However, it had nothing to do with their agreement. Mr. Robert is an honest merchant. He always believed that honoring agreements would bring him long-term returns. He never did things that killed the egg-laying chicken. Even if he saw diamonds in a refugee camp in Africa in the hand of a starving kid, he would only exchange it with candy, not bullets. After all, a bullet is much more expensive than candy. Mr. Robert never doubted Jiang Chen's ability to provide the few tons of gold, nor did he have the ability to investigate his background on this mysterious piece of land. What is business without the proper risk? Mr. Robert was willing to make a bet. Jiang Chen's decisive attitude was definitely backed by tons of gold. Plus, there was nothing to gain for him in the end if it was a lie. Chapter 27. Enjoying Life. Jiang Chen was delighted. He acted calm and collected during the meeting, but he had a spring in his step as soon as he walked out of the door. Ecstatic was the only way he could describe his mood. He managed to sell off several tons of gold, which was something he had never imagined. His previous plan was to separate the gold into small amounts and sell it off to gold shops. Although it was inefficient and prone to be spotted by the local gangs, it was the safest way. A large amount would attract the attention of the authority, and they may force Jiang Chen to turn all of the gold in. They are always looking for ways to make money from regular people. What? This is your gold. How do you prove this gold belongs to you? Of course, Jiang Chen couldn't prove it since the gold really didn't belong to him. Jiang Chen was sure that the government would release a statement to say that even though the gold doesn't belong to the government, it doesn't belong to Jiang Chen either. He thought he would be able to sell off $100 million worth of gold before getting found, but now it seems like it would no longer be an issue. If this foreign friend helped him to find the means to sell, everything would be easy. He just needed to create a Swedish bank account, and the gold worth hundreds of millions would no longer be a problem. Transporting gold was not difficult at all. A ton of gold was only 0.5 cubic meters, which only would cost half a crystal in energy to store. When he left the main hotel building, Jiang Chen chose to return to the mansion. Liu Yao was probably still waiting for him. He got to the front of the mansion and saw Liu Yao under the shade of the trees. Liu Yao wasn't wearing a bikini like the first time he saw her. Instead, she changed into a beige dress with a laced floppy hat. Her presence could be felt miles away. She knew exactly how she attracted people, with a combination of her purity and seduction. "Why did you take so long? I am starving." Liu Yao gave him a coquetry as she swayed her slender waist. Her coquetry didn't feel staged at all. "Haha, I'll take you out for food." Jiang Chen opened the mansion door and chivalrously took over Liu Yao's bag. "What do you want to eat? Don't be shy." "Yay, I want to eat at the Glacier Ocean restaurant." Liu Yao adorably clung onto Jiang Chen's arm like a loving girlfriend. "Okay, I'll take you there." A bright smile appeared on her face as she was pleased with the way Jiang Chen responded. She hugged Jiang Chen's arm as they walked towards the restaurant. Perhaps she was acting, or maybe she was just following her heart. The division between the two was too faint to distinguish. Glacier Ocean Restaurant is a renowned restaurant in Sheraton, and extending its influence to the rest of the Sanya. The water-themed restaurant was surrounded by the mixture of the pristine sky and the mysterious sea. Arrays of palm and coconut trees showcased nature's vibrant energy. The vast collection of wine displayed at the entrance of the hotel left all the diners dazed. Then the customers were quickly captivated by the sophistication and class of the restaurant. The private room in the middle of the restaurant was even more intricate. The aquarium-like design transformed the dinner into a unique experience as if they were in the midst of the ocean. There was no need for extra decorations, as the reflection of the water's waves created the perfect atmosphere. Jiang Chen and Liu Yao sat in the private room. I heard the view at night is even better, but the view at noon is also remarkable. Jiang Chen savored the fresh taste of salmon meat and took a sip from the delicious Wen Chang chicken soup. Delicacies filled the table, and he was even dazzled by all the choices. This Boston lobster is delicious. Liu Yao playfully stuck out her tongue. She skillfully used her graceful finger to dissect the lobster in front of her. Beauty is something one can truly enjoy. Jiang Chen picked up a piece of clam. The way Liu Yao ate was extremely pleasing to the eyes. Pretty right, she pouted as she continued to struggle with the lobster. I was talking about the lobster. Liu Yao's cute look didn't stop Jiang Chen from teasing her. Screw you. Liu Yao didn't have a big appetite, so she chose all the light but fine dishes. The majority of the food went into Jiang Chen's stomach. He had an appetite comparable to 2 adult males. Looks like you are ecstatic today. She rubbed the corner of her mouth with a napkin as she looked at Jiang Chen's lively eyes. Indeed, I signed a big deal. He didn't hide anything. I thought it was because of me, she joked. With a mischievous smile, Jiang Chen approached Liu Yao. How big do you think the deal is? 1 million USD. With her red lips open, she took a sip of wine. She didn't care how much Jiang Chen made as it had nothing to do with her. However, she understood a male's ego as Jiang Chen wasn't keeping this from her. She pretended to be curious. 1 million, that's pocket change. With his back leaned against the chair, Jiang Chen smiled. Pocket change? Liu Yao shockingly stared at Jiang Chen. At least 100 million, Jiang Chen replied. He pretended it was not a big deal. Ahem. Liu Yao covered her chest as she ruefully looked at Jiang Chen. She accidentally spat out her wine out. I can't believe you are so skillful. This is such a pity. Liu Yao pouted as she took another sip of wine. Jiang Chen knew what she meant by pity, but he would not change his mind. No way, I remember I used my real skill last night. Jiang Chen emphasized the word skill as he smirkingly looked at Liu Yao's facial expression. Liu Yao paused slightly before she understood the meaning behind Jiang Chen's words. Her face turned burning red like the sky at dawn. Pervert! Her gentle fist striking Jiang Chen's did not bother him at all. After the meal, Jiang Chen took Liu Yao's hand and strolled along the swimming pool. It was a beautifully decorated pool of water. The palm trees along the side added a sense of nature to the swimming pool. Under the white umbrella were deck chairs of the same color for the tourists that needed rest. I thought you don't like crowded places. Liu Yao accompanied Jiang Chen as her crystal eyes observed his face. You are right, but it would be disappointing if we just stayed at the mansion. This swimming pool is a famous attraction at Sanya. Oh, I thought you were someone who was always busy, Liu Yao asked curiously. Busy people may not like crowded places, but I am quite pleased with this scene. For example, the blonde European beauty right there. Jiang Chen changed the topic with a smirk. Does my bikini not look attractive? Liu Yao defiantly raised her D-cup chest. It's not the same. Everyone is different. Jiang Chen tried to explain his reasoning. If it were his girlfriend, he would not praise other women, but since that was not the case, it didn't matter. Jiang Chen's playboy look made Liu Yao want to yell and laugh at the same time. She pouted like an attached girlfriend as she used her finger to squeeze his waist. She controlled the force just enough so that Jiang Chen would not get hurt. I am a D-cup, don't you think I am bigger compared to that woman? After teasing Jiang Chen for a moment, Liu Yao fixed her hair as she lifted her chest up again with a seductive look. Who knows if these are real or not? Jiang Chen ridiculed as he sneakily touched her chest. Then how do you know mine are fake and hers are real? Liu Yao persisted the question. So they are real. Jiang Chen pretended to be happy. In this day and age, everything could be fake, so Jiang Chen didn't think it was real. Fool, you didn't notice it after touching it for so long. Liu Yao blushed as she vexed him with her eyes rolled. The coquettish look made Jiang Chen hard. Liu Yao became flushed as she noticed Jiang Chen's invasive stare. Although Jiang Chen's techniques were still lacking, with some guidance and his long-lasting stamina and recovery time, it was easy to enjoy the heaven-like feeling. Liu Yao, of course, didn't reject Jiang Chen's intimate invitatio. She defiantly stared at Jiang Chen as she used a finger to hook onto his collar. Then they walked towards a secluded washroom on the first floor. Here, although it was a question, Jiang Chen's hands already grasped onto Liu Yao's thin waist. "Pervert, I'll scream for help." She seemingly blamed Jiang Chen with her words, but then swiftly locked the door behind her. There was not a lot of traffic in the area. Most of the people were either in their rooms or on the beach. Since it was the washroom, there were no cameras as well. The unique environment made Jiang Chen feel a particular kind of sensation. Liu Yao's blushing face indicated that she probably felt the same thing. "You'll have to keep quiet," Jiang Chen smirked as he whispered into Liu Yao's ear. He grabbed her smooth legs and entered into her. 2 hours later, the two of them came out of the washroom. Liu Yao's legs felt weak as she half-hanged onto Jiang Chen's shoulder. "You pervert, couldn't you have been more gentle?" "Haha, the way you held onto the wall and covered your mouth was quite cute." Jiang Chen laughed as he dodged and grabbed onto the hands coming at him. From a bystander, the two looked like a couple displaying affection without a care in the world. She didn't know why, but she felt tears in her eyes. What? Why don't you tell me about it?" Jiang Chen smiled at Liu Yao, who wanted to say something but stopped. "It's okay." Liu Yao turned his face around as she flashed him a smile. The cheerful smile even dazzled Jiang Chen for a moment. It was not because of her beauty. That smile reminded him of his high school time. At the naive age, free of trouble, a time where studying hard would deserve recognition, a time where being good at basketball would receive praise. Jiang Chen remembered that smile belonged to Chen Lil in the movie, the careless and free girl. The smile left the supporting actress with an endless amount of regret and despair. "Am I sinking into the plot? What am I thinking? I'm a woman who loves money, and I know men like you dislike women like me, one with no self-respect." Liu Yao faintly opened her mouth. She still held onto Jiang Chen's hand but walked one step ahead of him so he couldn't see her expression. "This is only a life choice. I never disliked you," Jiang Chen gently answered. He didn't lie. But unable to accept right, Liu Yao suddenly turned around. Jiang Chen noticed her eyes were slightly red. Is she acting? However, Jiang Chen was unwilling to change his opinion. He sighed, wanting to explain himself. "You don't have to say anything." Liu Yao turned around with a bright smile and pecked him on the lips. After seeing Jiang Chen's confused look, she jumped in front of him and began walking by herself. "I know and I understand. A girl like me is not good enough for you. I just haven't completely given up yet." With her back towards him, Jiang Chen couldn't see her expression. Liu Yao had to force a smile before she spoke again. What if we met 2 years earlier, when I didn't debut yet? Would you have fallen in love with me? If I fell in love with you at that time, would you have chosen me?" Jiang Chen thought about the person who watched that year with him. Too similar. Jiang Chen's calm and direct rhetoric question made Liu Yao feel his uncertainty. She turned around as she forced another smile. She understood what Jiang Chen meant. "Probably not." An honest response. Liu Yao somehow remembered her university time. She remembered the boy that used 99 candles to write out "Liu Yao, I love you" under her dorm room window. She was moved for a brief second but still rejected him because he couldn't provide the life she wanted. Liu Yao gave her first time to a director whose name she didn't even want to remember. She did it in exchange for the supporting actress role. She had no regrets because she received $80,000 in pay, along with a ticket into the entertainment industry. However, at this moment she regretted. For some reason in her eyes, Jiang Chen began to coincide with the boy she rejected. If the poor Jiang Chen asked her out 2 years ago, she would probably not even look at him. It was not a question of right or wrong, but only a matter of choice. Since this is a hard-earned vacation, why think about these bothersome questions? Jiang Chen said faintly as it disrupted Liu Yao's thoughts. You are right, let's enjoy the bench. A relieved smile bloomed on Liu Yao's face. The smile was beautiful, except for a bright jewel hanging at the corner of her eye. Silently, it rolled down and mixed in with the sand. Among the waves and tides of the southern county, it was negligible and minuscule. Chapter 28, The Return. Over the last 5 days, the two spent every moment in joy. Liu Yao took Jiang Chen to all the famous attractions. They did everything from surfing at Wuzhezhou Island, enjoying the sunlight at Yalong Bay, wandering along the beach, to leaving names on a couple lock. Liu Yao engraved Jiang Chen's name, but Jiang Chen left Chen Liu's name. The happiest time was always the briefest, but it was pleasant. Until they went their separate ways, Jiang Chen didn't see any more sorrows or tears. "Sir, would you like a cup of coffee?" The flight attendant's gentle voice disrupted Jiang Chen's thought. "I'll have one, please." "Okay, please wait a moment." A cup of steamy coffee was soon in front of Jiang Chen. He stared at the rising steam and smiled. "That was a pleasant trip after all. I wonder if I will ever meet her again." He thought about it some more, and an even bigger smile appeared on his face. He didn't know why he wanted to smile. He glanced at the pristine cloud outside the window and the middle-aged professional sleeping beside him. Jiang Chen finished the still steamy cup of coffee. It was bitter but a little sweet. The brief Sanya vacation came to an end. Jiang Chen walked out of the Wangai airport with his luggage. The noisy metropolitan. He took in a deep breath of the smog-filled air and flagged down a taxi. To Balian. Sitting on the passenger side, Jiang Chen took out his almost outdated Samsung phone. He was about to call Zia Shiyu when he noticed a message popped up. Weibo. He opened the Weibo app that he hasn't opened for a while. He was surprised to find out someone at him. "A pleasant trip. Thank you for your company at Jiang Chen." Along the text was also a picture of an airplane taking off. Jiang Chen noticed that it was his flight. "This girl, she went to my terminal without telling me." Jiang Chen smiled. They said goodbye at the airport, but he didn't expect her to be there to watch him depart. With a bit of narcissism, Jiang Chen swiped the screen up with his finger. The comments on the bottom consisted primarily of people wondering who Jiang Chen was. To begin with, she was not a famous actress, so there were only a few comments. He thought about for a moment before half-joking replied, "Haha, I really enjoy your superb acting skill. How about I invest in a movie and ask you to be the female lead?" "Deal, you said it." Instant reply. "Hey man, are you on Weibo?" "Oh, do you have Weibo as well?" Jiang Chen asked the taxi driver. "Of course, it is pretty fun watching people make memes online. You are looking at a celebrity's Weibo, right?" Yes, how do you know?" Jiang Chen curiously asked. "There is a special symbol beside their name. Look closely." The taxi driver skillfully guided Jiang Chen, though to be honest, these celebrities' Weibo are boring. They are too busy to reply to you. You must be new on here. Jiang Chen smiled in agreement. He wanted to reply, "There is no way you believe my joke, right?" But that post was gone. What happens if a post is gone? They deleted it, it's common. The taxi driver rolled his eyes as if he was an expert. Deleted. This girl, Jiang Chen sighed. The situation was funny to him. It's only a movie after all. How much would it even cost? Inside the Jade restaurant, Jiang Chen quietly waited at the table. His eyes lit up as soon as he saw a graceful figure approach him. He signaled for the person to come over. "You finally appeared. You don't even pick up your phone." Zia Shiyu gave him a hard stare. The grin on his face made Zia Shiyu irate. She has been taking care of the company in the past few days. She even used her own money to make sure everything could be finished on time. To ensure she completed Jiang Chen's task, she had to find lawyers, bureaus, and banks. She even went to their future office. However, he was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Chen left all the dirty work to her and went on a vacation by himself. She took in a deep breath to stop an almost inevitable emotional explosion. Don't be so emotional, I'll bring you next time. Sanya is a beautiful place. Jiang Chen grinned with no signs of guilt. This is your company. You have to at least show up to something. You should come with me to the bureau this afternoon. I have all the documents here. Take a look. She placed the bag on the table and ignored Jiang Chen's invitation. Thank you so much. Jiang Chen didn't pick up the documents. Instead, he genuinely stared at Zia Shiyu's emotionless face. At least you have some conscience, she hissed at him. Although her face still looked cold, Jiang Chen felt she was no longer angry. I'll go with you in the afternoon. Let's not talk about work. Order whatever you want, this one is on me. Oh, you paid for the fees, right? The company will reimburse you for it. Zia Shiyu was not humble and immediately ordered a few dishes. She glanced at Jiang Chen but did not even see a slight change in his grinning face. She was frustrated. That was ineffective, she thought as she didn't manage to vent her anger. Jiang Chen didn't notice her intention. He still had $100,000 left, which far exceeded his expectation. Is there something bothering you? Although she kept a stern face, Jiang Chen still noticed she was slightly distracted. Yes, I am worried about the company's future. Zia Shiyu dived straight into the problem. If our strategy is to use advanced technology, we have no way of gaining a competitive advantage as a newcomer. But don't new company have more growth opportunities? With her concern in his mind, Jiang Chen replied. That's for a company with a strong core competitive advantage. Zia Shiyu stared at Jiang Chen, who showed no sign of concern with a look of defeat. Do you know technology? You probably don't even remember calculus. Is that even a question? Jiang Chen laughed. Who remembers that stuff after graduation? Just because I don't understand it doesn't mean other people don't understand it. You don't have to worry about research and development. I'll give you a hint. Every company have a focus, such as game development. We can just springboard off of this idea and enter the cell phone market following our success. Stop right there. Zia Shiyu interrupted Jiang Chen's speech. She rubbed her temples. Cell phone games, web games, or massive multiplayer online games on the PC end. Based on the current market condition, I recommend cell phone games. Regarding the cell phone market, it's great that our founder has a vision for the future, but one step at a time is critical for sustainable growth. Of course, so we will do it one step at a time. He casually waved his hand. Also, this is not only my company, but it is also your company. I'll give you 5% stake in the company, so keep up the good work. It was not only until years later did Zia Shiyu realize what tremendous amount of wealth was given to her. Of course, that was the aftermath. In the afternoon, Jiang Chen went to the bureau with Zia Shiyu to take care of the paperwork. Zia Shiyu was indeed CEO, Secretary, Quality. Jiang Chen only needed to sign a couple of documents before it was approved. Zia Shiyu took care of the entire, tedious process. Jiang Chen was extremely pleased. He didn't study business administration, so his understanding in the area was extremely limited. The best kind of president in his ideal world was the kind who only needed to set the direction of the company. A trustworthy CEO would take care of the rest. If he had to consider all the fine details, he would be frustrated to death. Zia Shiyu did exceptionally well at this point. She prepared everything in advance. They only needed a part-time accountant to complete the tax process. Jiang Chen took Zia Shiyu's recommendation to hire a part-time accountant. They only needed to pay $200 in salary per month. Most of the new companies did this in the early stage. After everything was completed, it was already 5 o'clock. Jiang Chen used the opportunity to treat Zia Shiyu again before they went their separate ways. With the stable income and debt crisis being resolved, Zia Shiyu moved back to her original apartment. Jiang Chen, also, headed back to his familiar apartment. He took his luggage and returned to his apartment. He refreshed his Weibo while lying on his bed a couple of times, and teased Liu Yao for a bit before he got back into the real business. He had a pleasant vacation, but his return time was also approaching. Therefore, preparation was necessary. He looked on Taobao for food. Canned food was the primary choice because of the ease of storage. He ordered 2 boxes of beef, pork, and fish. Then, for a balanced diet, he also purchased cans of vegetables and fruits. Finally, he bought instant noodles and crackers as well. He was not going to eat those himself, but it would be smart to sell it. In addition, Jiang Chen purchased a bunch of female clothing. Don't be confused, he had no weird fetishes. He ordered some for Sun Jiao and Yao Yao. Within 2 days, a courier delivered the almost mountain-high stacks of boxes to Jiang Chen's place. He generously took out $200 bills, and the courier happily moved the boxes for him. It's good that he didn't have any furniture, for the boxes made it impossible to maneuver through his living room. With sandpaper in his hand, he began to work. He removed the manufacturing data and location on the can and threw it into the storage dimension. Although tedious, he had no other choice at this stage. It would be better if he could directly receive shipments from the packaging companies, without any pictures or logos. The storage dimension size grew substantially. It managed to fit the size of half a living room's worth of boxes inside. Jiang Chen guessed it had to do with the gene vaccine, and it was great news for him. The storage of these boxes cost about 2 energy crystals, and it would cost the same to take it all out. There were around a couple hundred energy crystals inside the dimension, so the cost did not even slightly bother Jiang Chen. He also purchased groceries from the supermarket. He bought an ample amount of rice, fresh vegetables, eggs, and meat. After they managed to fix the fridge in the mansion of the post-apocalyptic world, it can store plenty of food. Once they managed to move a few more fridges from the buildings outside, the food storage ability would grow exponentially. Ideally, it would be more convenient if he had a walk-in freezer. He should check the restaurants in the post-apocalyptic world. They should be easy to repair. Before he headed home, he remembered something. He walked out of the pet store with a hamster. When he got home, everything was ready to go. Jiang Chen picked up his familiar backpack, but then raised his eyebrows and put it down again. Since Sun Jiao already had a clue of what's going on, it's probably time to tell her and Yao Yao. When they went to the 6th Street, he didn't carry toast with him. He stored the toast in the storage dimension. Sun Jiao must have noticed it, but she didn't ask. Since she had a lot of trust in him, it was no longer necessary to keep things a secret. It's better to confess to her. It will be easier in the future, and I no longer need to be secretive about things. Jiang Chen made up his mind. He's prepared to selectively tell parts of his secret to Sun Jiao. With the confused hamster in his hand, he sat on his bed and took a deep breath. Apocalypse, I am back. Chapter 29, Eagles Crash. This is Eagle Eye. We are at the target area. Roger, this is Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye, open electronic life detection. Roger, opening electronic life detection. The aerodynamic exterior design had an external door at the back with a heavy machine gun attached. The disc-shaped turbo accelerators on both sides of the craft emitted a deafening noise as the air vibrated beneath them. Inside the vessel were soldiers fortified to the teeth, each armed with pitch-black turbo packs that held terrifying single-person heavy firearms. On the right side of the craft, Liuding Town's logo was drawn over traces of what seemed like scratched-out symbols. Attack Helicopter 51. PCA equipped the amphibious attack helicopter in year 2153 to primarily serve the Southern Sea Fleet, as it was particularly effective in beach landings. But after the war, it became less effective. The 2 black helicopters flew separated by 1,000 meters and hovered above a building. Wang Shiwu glanced at the life detection device that displayed the unknown bacterial level outside of the armored craft. He then flanked the building outside of the helicopter, a gloomy expression cast over his face. This has to be the place. Life form matches. The target is in the building. Eagle Eye requesting permission to attack. Negative. Wang Shiwu cautiously gazed at the building. He activated the communication device on the power armor. This is the Dark Knight Squad. We are above the target creature. The target creature information is unknown. We request missile support. This is the command center. Missile support approve. The cost of a direct invasion was too high. Wang Shiwu couldn't risk his comrades' lives without even spotting the creature. He cautiously requested missile support in hopes of exposing its body. Eagle Eye, missile will arrive in 1 minute. Please increase altitude. Roger, Roger. The two helicopters began to increase their altitude to avoid friendly fire. The sunrise cast rays of yellow paths through the radiation dust. With the disgustingly greenish-yellow particles emerging from the yellow building, the entire area looked like an egg from above. What's hidden inside the building? Wang Shiwu locked his eyes onto the murky yolk. Why would Liuding, elite force, show up 30 kilometers away from the city border? The story began with the battle meeting 2 days ago. Bohai aircraft carrier, command tower meeting room. Area coordinates 412-151 displayed an unusual life signal. Our scientists are unable to determine the creature's identity, but the crystal energy indicator has increased to 90,141, surpassing the limit by 300. Since it is within our strike range, we have to stop it from evolving further and retrieve the crystal. I need you to take care of this thing. Do you understand? The middle-aged man in an old PCA uniform stood and commanded from in front of the full sensory map. Yes, sir. The uniformed soldiers barked out in unity. They wore the PCA Navy SEAL uniform to the meeting in an organized manner. That is all for this meeting. Yes. The electronic life detection device was commonly used in the wasteland. Research indicated that all life forms emitted certain life signals that could be detected over long distances through emissions. It had been used as a tracking device during the war and after it, a rescue aid. In the current apocalypse, it became a civilian equipment. The unit detected not only humans, but also any life signal that could be recorded on the radar life electronic screen. The life signal was proportional to the energy of the creature. Mutant creatures had a higher life signal than humans. The advanced ability to calculate a mutant creature's crystal energy had only been completed after the war and was possessed by the majority of the larger survival bases. After recording any unusual life signal, the survival bases in the vicinity often chose to attack the creature as it was extremely dangerous to let mutant creatures evolve. Unfortunately, there was always the possibility of strange creatures forming, since all mutations were spontaneous. Evolutionary pathways that once took thousands of years could take 3 days in a nuclear crater. The evolved creature could be a harmless bug or a colossal monster. Any creature with over 300 crystals were considered extremely dangerous. But it did not mean they were strong. Compared to the ones with 40 to 300 crystals, the extremely dangerous mutant creatures were easier to deal with. A 100-pound human, for example, would have a difficult time beating someone who was 200 pounds since they were not in the same category. But what about someone weighing 500 pounds or 1,000 pounds? They would be considered disabled, unable to maintain basic life functions. Similarly, mutant creatures with over 300 energy crystals were considered disabled. Under the influence of radiation and other factors, the continuous mutation endlessly expanded the life energy, but that did not necessarily equal strong destructive ability. Once anything surpassed a limit, it would be a hindrance. Liuding Town had similar strike operations in the past, where their target was an unknown creature with 110,000 crystal energy. Once the squad had arrived, they were met with a crowd of corpse-eating creatures and a massive half-eaten meatball. A meatball that filled the entire street. The clueless squad had to call missile support to blow the meatball into pieces. With an energy detector, they were able to locate the meter-tall crystal and transport it back. The rest of the meatball attracted an endless number of corpse-eating creatures in the vicinity, so it was impossible to retrieve. It was unfortunate because it would have been an excellent source of nutrient supply. These excessively mutated creatures had no fighting power most of the time. For economic reasons, they were much easier to deal with compared to death claws or ration. With this reason, selfish commanders were spurred into action to destroy the mutant creatures. Wang Shiwu was dealing with such a creature. Although the soldiers began to whisper about finishing the mission and taking a shower since the power armors were extremely humid to wear, Wang Shiwu felt something was off and cautiously followed the missile support procedure. The eagle eye in the front opened the radar to provide exact location for the missile at Liuding. Prepare for missile launch, raise the barrel, quick. A few people in work uniforms hustled. They controlled the equipment around the launch pad as a 10-meter-long barrel emerged from the aircraft carrier. The sleek-looking barrel had a famous name, electromagnetic gun. Distance between 2 points are 310,203 meters, detecting the thickness of the target. Use a 10-kilogram missile, raise to 47 degrees, and adjust power setting. The technician on deck was changing the settings with a tablet computer. Bohai's fire control system had originally been destroyed by an electromagnetic pulse during the war. These fixed gun barrels were later fixed by survivors and connected to nearby terminals to be controlled at close distance. The technician pressed fire. A blue spark filled the barrel as the high-density electricity generated a short but deafening noise. There was no explosion. There was only the initial noise of the missile breaking the sound barrier. A trail of light blue casted across the horizon. The force of the electromagnetic ripple pushed the barrel slightly backward. Steam began to rise as the liquid cooling system activated. A light flashed from the back of the aircraft before fading into the endless ocean. The flat-headed missile flew across the sky. The remaining electricity from the initial firing maintained the internal detonation device and also created a vacuum around the missile. As it approached the target, the vacuum layer disintegrated. The speed coating began to melt as the missile expanded. Followed by a red trail, the cylindrical missile hit the building like an iron fist. The deafening explosion spread as the missile penetrated the building, as if it was paper. The building crumpled under the force of explosion, a hollow space left behind by the missile. Direct hit, great shooting. Target spotted. Wait, what is that, damn it? Eagle Eye, report the situation. Eagle Eye. Crashing, please send assistance. Sounds of chaos. From the explosion, a giant emerged. No, to be accurate, it was a giant gun. A dark red energy began to focus before ejecting a beam. The red ray cast a straight line across the sky. It didn't directly hit any helicopters, but it rendered all electronic devices in the area useless. Warning, EMP strike. The power armor's EMP resistors opened suddenly, but all the devices suffered different degrees of damage before they were triggered. Because of the EMP resistance, all communication signals were blocked. Fuck EMP, jump, Wang Shiwu roared into the intercom. In the rapidly plummeting craft, he managed to regain his foothold. With heavy steps, he walked to the door and jumped out. Due to the power armor's sophisticated design, it was only momentarily disabled before all functionality returned. The two helicopters, however, did not have the same fate as the EMP instantaneously destroyed all electronic devices aboard. Wang Shiwu gaped at the giant red barrel. What the hell is this? A creature that can emit EMPs destroyed the helicopter without even directly hitting target. Landing device activated. After he read the letters in his helmet, Wang Shiwu let out a sigh of relief. Cracks emerged from his knees, waist, and shoulder as the small turbo engine appeared under the metal surface. Wang Shiwu felt a sudden jostle before he finally regained control. The soldiers began to land on the ground. Mutation virus, concentration level 97. Damn it, what is this goddamn thing? His comrade spoke through the intercom. Stay alert, make sure everything is sealed. These floating viruses are giving me a bad feeling. Wang Shiwu checked the air filtration device. These viruses covered the filter in minutes. The concentration was so high they were almost in chunks. The greenish-yellow appearance made their stomachs clench in disgust. Should we evade first? The thought crossed his mind before he decided that he must figure out the terrifying barrel's origin. The helicopters were already destroyed. Even if Liuding sent support, it would be extremely dangerous. Be cautious of filter status. Prepare for attack. Roger. In case anything happened, Wang Shiwu cautiously recorded the picture of the battlefield and sent it to the command center. He grabbed the machine gun from his back and pushed forward. There was no response from the command center. The virus could block radio communication. Probable, since the ray created an EMP effect, so the virus definitely had something to do with it. No, this was still too odd. Normally, these extremely dangerous creatures would attract other mutated creatures to feast on, but there were no rats to be seen in the area. It was peculiar. Wang Shiwu was drenched in sweat before he heard the screams of his comrades. Above us, what the hell is this? Wang Shiwu immediately looked up. Energy began to fill the red biological cannon once more. There was nothing in the sky. What was this thing shooting at? Fire immediately. Without any time to think, Wang Shiwu ordered the attack with his gut feeling. 12 power-armored soldiers focused fire on the red cannon. The bullets shot out in clusters. No one knew if it would do anything, but there were no other solutions. 500 meters was the effective range of machine guns. The spark from the bullets cast a glow on each of the vicious faces as the rapidly rotating barrels unleashed its firepower. Suddenly, the half-building tall cannon contracted. It was no longer charging. Wang Shiwu was surprised that their bullets were effective against this creature. But they were proven wrong as another explanation presented itself. The energy had been filled to the maximum. With terrified expressions, they watched as the cannon exploded. The red flash submerged the entire area in shockwaves that emitted across the radius of explosion. Silence ensued. A few red-colored meatballs were propelled into the distance with the help of the explosion. Eagle 1, Eagle Eye, Dark Knight offline. Life signal is changing. Target is dividing. The commander's face had gloom written all over it. His hawkish eyes stared at the full-sensory screen in the air. The 90,141 crystal energy symbol disappeared and was replaced by 12 unevenly distributed energy life forms. The mission had failed. The commander was not saddened by the loss of the 12 combatants and 4 pilots. Under their virtual reality training program, it was easy to produce these types of talents. But the 2 attack helicopters and the 12 sets of Maxi power armors cost a total of 220,000 energy crystals. This was a disaster. As to how the mutant creatures would impact the wasteland, the future is unknown. Chapter 30, Back Home. Apocalypse, I'm back. The familiar but grimy air occupied Jiang Chen's nostrils as he stepped back onto ground. He took in a slow, long breath and looked at his surroundings, the abandoned cars, cracked roads, collapsed buildings, and the mindless zombies. This was the place he had left. He glanced at the cage in his hand, where the cute but ignorant hamster lied silently in the cage. Jiang Chen poked its soft belly only to confirm that it had passed away. He let out a sigh. The nut had been its last dinner. The idea of traveling with another human was unrealistic for now. Jiang Chen felt a little upset. He followed the familiar street. Jiang Chen was careful not to disturb the powerless zombies that wandered the street as he approached the mansion. During the day, the zombies were not frightening at all. He would even go so far as to describe them as harmless. But once night settled, even the nearly invincible Deathclaw would have to think twice before entering a zombie-filled street. Without the limitation of sunshine, the zombies were as crazy as someone on drugs. They utilized every single mutated cell in their body to chase anything alive. The mansion looked the same, but the iron gate was reinforced with steel wires. Sun Jiao must have done this while he was gone. He walked up to ring the doorbell. Soon after, he heard steps from inside before the iron gate was flung open. A graceful figure crashed into his chest. Jiang Chen anticipated the hug with both his arms extended. He welcomed the warmth he had longed for since he had left. A wet sensation covered his lips. "You're finally back," she gasped to gather her breath as she ruefully looked at Jiang Chen. "I missed you dearly, my honey." Jiang Chen slapped the firm butt as a grin appeared on his face. "Come in." Jiang Chen stepped into the mansion as Sun Jiao skillfully locked the gate behind her. He noticed that though it looked the same from the outside, the mansion's interior had been upgraded. The small decorative forest was chopped down to create watchtowers by the wall that were equipped with barbed wires and lined with hidden trenches. Even the mansion building itself was reinforced with the windows fitted with steel bars. "What did you do to my mansion?" A bitter smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. "This is no longer a mansion anymore, it's a fortress." "It is going to be safer this way," Sun Jiao proudly said. "The mansion wasn't protected at all before. I gathered some materials from the area and reinforced the place." "I think anyone would notice if we didn't do anything," Jiang Chen sighed. "But this is our home after all. We can't pretend that no one lives here. There will be survivors that notice this place eventually and spread the news." "You're right, thank you." Jiang Chen realized he had underestimated the situation and how crucial the problem was. In the apocalypse, zombies were not natural protection. They were pretty much decoration during the daytime. The survivors were not the friendliest people either. The absolute neutral 6th Street was considered to be the most sympathetic force on the wasteland. If people discovered that there was food here without any protection, floods of people would rush to this place. Regardless of Sun Jiao's strength, there was no way she could guarantee the safety of this place. The most dangerous creature in the apocalypse weren't the zombies but the humans. "But why did you break the marble statues at the front door?" Jiang Chen directed a pained gaze at the mansion. The mansion had been luxurious before, but now it had no aesthetics whatsoever. It occupied too much space. There was no need for cover within the wall. It would just prevent me from shooting intruders, Sun Jiao reasoned with him. "Okay, fine, you are right." Jiang Chen sighed and accepted the idea. He pulled open the mansion's security door. "Where's Yao Yao?" "That girl missed you a lot too." Sun Jiao glanced at Jiang Chen with a puzzled look. She fixed his collar for him. "Go to her room. She's been tinkering around with some small equipment to help you out." "IHaveAMansion." Jiang Chen nodded and walked to Yao Yao's room. He slowly pushed open the wooden door, the hinges squeaking loudly. The room was dark. If not the rhythmic breath, he would have thought the room was empty. "This girl, is she still in bed?" Jiang Chen could not help but smile. He knew too well that this timid girl was always a bit dizzy in the morning due to her malnourished body. A light, metallic scent filled the room which made Jiang Chen sniff the air. The delicate wooden desk most likely once belonged to an equally adorable girl, but the table now was filled with electronic equipment and gadgets. The full-sensory computer Jiang Chen had purchased for her was on it, as well as some other unknown devices. There was a silicon board that looked as though it had come straight out of a science fiction novel on the table corner, but half of it was broken. The exposed wires were fused to another piece of circuit board. Although he was curious, he didn't have the bad habit of touching other people's possessions without permission. He moved his feet only to feel an obstructive force. He picked up a programming book full of professional terms and notes, reminding Jiang Chen of the study gods back in university. Although he passed his computer level 2 examination 1, he did not understand the book contents at all. Is this a more straightforward and concise programming language? Yao Yao curled under her bed sheet as if in a sweet dream. She looked like a cute squirrel and her slightly pouted mouth like soft candies. Her hands hidden in front of her chest gave Jiang Chen a strong desire to protect her. "Looks like she's been eating well." Jiang Chen kneeled down and indulgently rubbed her soft hair. Although the room was dark, her slightly chubbier face indicated her improved body condition. The gentle and soft snores made Jiang Chen not want to disturb her sweet dream. But he really wanted to hug her. "Yao Yao Yao Yao," Jiang Chen lightly called. "Hoo hee hee." Yao Yao dazedly rubbed her eyes as she sat up. With her sleepy eyes, she stared at Jiang Chen and smiled. Then, like a koala, she wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's neck and closed her eyes again. "Hee hee, big brother, don't leave anymore. Yao Yao has been trying very hard. Yao Yao is excellent now." She murmured the words before it turned into a light snore again. "This girl, did you mistake me for a pillow again?" Jiang Chen was about to wake her up when he saw the dark circles around her eyes illuminated by the dim lighting from under the window curtain. He thought about her murmured words and felt a bit teary. "Yao Yao is good, sleep for a bit more." He placed the sleeping Yao Yao on the bed again and tucked her in. He leaned down and gently kissed her soft forehead. As if dreaming about the sweetest thing in the world, a joyful smile appeared on her face. The slightly quirked lips had a silver string attached to it. Jiang Chen left the room and closed the door. "Did you eat her?" Sun Jiao watched with a mocking gaze as Jiang Chen came down the stairs. "Am I a monster or what?" He rolled his eyes and sat across from her. "Yao Yao," Sun Jiao hesitated, but she made up her mind and said, "Yao Yao, she really cares about you. She's been studying computer-related knowledge for the past few days and even asked me to bring her a couple of books from the library. I don't know if what I did is correct. She's been extremely dedicated. Maybe she wants you to notice her, and this is her way of expressing her emotion to you." Sun Jiao was adjusting the way she phrased her words to correctly express the intention behind the conversation. "I thank you. Only thank you. But only, you are part of my family." Jiang Chen made up this mind and solemnly looked her in the eyes. She suddenly climbed onto the table and grabbed him by the collar. In front of Jiang Chen's shocked eyes, she laughed. "You mean you're going to eat her as well? That's brotherly love. What do you want it to be?" Jiang Chen looked at the suspicious Sun Jiao. Her unexpected actions made her difficult to figure out. "Oh, I can see that she likes you as more than a brother." Jiang Chen became silent. "Don't you want to say something? Can't you let me go first?" "No, what if you disappeared again?" Tears suddenly rolled out from Sun Jiao's eyes. It made Jiang Chen frantic, although he didn't know why. What made this audacious girl cry? "I won't disappear, honey," Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. He reached out his hands to hug her, but she blocked him. "Who knows? You have girls on the other side, right?" The gay Sun Jiao used to stare at him, startled Jiang Chen. Why are you asking this?" Jiang Chen dodged her eyes. "Yes or no?" Sun Jiao did not give Jiang Chen the chance to avoid the topic. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and honestly answered, "Yes." Prepared to be tied down by this wild girl, Jiang Chen was surprised when she withdrew her hand from his collar. "You are an honest guy." Sun Jiao didn't get off the table. She half kneeled and looked into Jiang Chen's eyes. She smiled. Why is she smiling? Jiang Chen had a strange look on his face. "I am honest to my woman. There is no reason to lie at all." "So I am fortunate to be your woman then," Sun Jiao teased him. "If you don't want to be, I won't force you." The complexion on his face gave away his anxious thoughts. Sun Jiao had the same expression. She gently bit her lips. "Of course I want to be, but I am a bit angry at the fact that you ditched me here to find another woman." "I'm sorry." Jiang Chen silently lowered his head, but after a pause looked up again. He carefully met her eyes. "Although whatever I say will not make the situation better, if there's anything I can do to make up it to you, I can do it." "Really? Anything?" Sun Jiao mischievously examined Jiang Chen's face. "MHMM. Okay then, let's start." Before Jiang Chen could gather his thoughts, Sun Jiao had already made her move with the agility of a cat. Jiang Chen had no chance to react before he was tied down to the chair. Sun Jiao stepped on Jiang Chen's armrest, giving him flashbacks of when they first met. I mean, what did you say?" Sun Jiao acted like she didn't hear him and put her head closer. Jiang Chen now realized that she had changed into something else when she went upstairs, switching from her tracksuit into an attractive shirt. It was his first time seeing Sun Jiao wear stockings. He thought about the clothes he had bought for them, and realized clothing after the apocalypse was not an issue, as there were stores everywhere. "No, nothing, this rope just looks familiar," Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. Then let me show you again," she whispered, her red lips grinning wickedly, "how great I am." 1 Computer Level 2 Examination is a certificate you can acquire for computer proficiency. Chapter 31, Family Meeting. That was incredibly awkward. Yao Yao just came downstairs. and saw the embarrassing intimacy. She stood at the edge of the stairs with a blushing face, her mouth slightly open as she didn't know what to do. Passion overtook the two of them for that brief intimate moment, but it was still too crazy to have such a seductive scene in the living room, especially when they weren't alone. They selectively forgot about the existence of other people under the same roof, though it was fun while it lasted. Sun Jiao fled the scene of the crime, embarrassed by what just happened. She wanted to dig a hole for herself and also for Jiang Chen after what Yao Yao just saw. But when she escaped, she didn't untie the ropes around Jiang Chen. With her skillful technique and the rope's quality, it was impossible to break it no matter how hard he tried. "Hi, brother," she was ecstatic to see him again, but the mood wasn't exactly right to hug him as her face was still blushing red with the image in her head. "Yao Yao, can you help me untie this?" Jiang Chen ditched any honor he had and pleaded for Yao Yao's help, except the problem was that his pants were still dropped to his knees and exposed a certain part. I am going to be embarrassed to death." IHaveAMansion. Yao Yao's face was burning. She kept her head down because she was curious, but at the same time, she was too afraid to approach him. Because of her nervousness, the pair of delicate hands were unable to untie the ropes despite several desperate attempts. "Is it good?" Jiang Chen asked awkwardly. Gulp, it was the sound of swallowing. "No, nothing. It's almost done." Her anxiousness made her suddenly raise her voice. Although she said she almost loosened it, Jiang Chen did not feel the slightest sign of relief. Yao Yao raised her lips in a slight grimace. When she peeked at Jiang Chen, she got scared because of his voice and accidentally bit her tongue. She shyly glanced at the part exposed and out in the open. She felt her heart rate increase for some strange reason. She knew what it was, but it was her first time seeing one with her own eyes. "It's so big, is it even possible to put it in?" Yao Yao's thoughts wandered as she tried to recollect herself. Her face blushed while her fingers struggled to untie the rope. "Sun Jiao, come out, please spare me." He wanted to laugh and weep at the same time as he yelled out for help. He knew she would be laughing at this point. Her devil-like personality would not simply let him go scot-free. If Yao Yao's hands continued to caress him any longer, Jiang Chen would be even more ashamed. Just as Jiang Chen expected, Sun Jiao had already dressed, hiding behind the kitchen door. She was peeping through the cracked-open door and laughing hysterically at the blushing Yao Yao and the awkward Jiang Chen. "This feels great." But she knew it wouldn't be okay to cross the line. Sun Jiao pouted as she opened the door to untie Jiang Chen. Reason why she allowed it was one of her considerations. She had a partial understanding of his secret, and it made Sun Jiao feel threatened. She didn't care how many mistresses he had and knew that there would be plenty of them in the other world. But what frightened her most was the possibility of Jiang Chen disappearing from her life forever and she being unable to pursue him. One world was the dangerous apocalypse while the other was a food-filled heaven. If she had a choice, she would not live here at all. If Jiang Chen gained someone else that he loved in the other world, she was too afraid to keep thinking. She had fallen in love with him. So she used a little trick of hers to drag Yao Yao with her. Although her growth was delayed in the hibernation chamber, she had already hit puberty. Sun Jiao didn't believe that Yao Yao, who has such strong feelings towards Jiang Chen, would remain innocent after this seductive scene. Once the idea was planted in her head, there would always be opportunities in the future. Yao Yao was still naive. A simple kiss was not enough to keep his heart here. If one person was not enough to attract him, two people would be. Sun Jiao thought about this while she was away from the scene. She would do everything to keep him here. So she had to create some relationship entanglement for him to remember. A devil-like smile appeared on her face again. "I am here, just wait, hee. Damn it, I know you're hiding over there. You were laughing, right? You must have been laughing. I have something important I want to talk to you guys about." Jiang Chen had dressed again and rotated his sore wrist. He looked at the still blushing Yao Yao and the shameless Sun Jiao as he suppressed his awkwardness from what just happened. He spoke in a serious tone, however, that made Sun Jiao's grin fade away. She gently nodded, which was a rare expression to appear on her face, making Jiang Chen a little surprised. Yao Yao lowered her head and prepared to go back to her room, but Jiang Chen grabbed her hand. M. Yao Yao jumped like a startled rabbit. She was too shy to look Jiang Chen in the eyes. I am so embarrassed. Jiang Chen gave Sun Jiao a hard stare, but she shamelessly looked away. I'll go back to my room. No, you are my family as well. Jiang Chen gently patted her head. He had long decided this on the day she saved him. If it were not for Yao Yao's courage, Sun Jiao and he would have become food for the cannibals. Or at least he would been. Let me take this off for you. His heart melted as he looked at Yao Yao, who was enjoying this intimate moment. Jiang Chen reached for the electronic bracelet. For a while now, he wanted to take this thing off her because she had never been a slave to him. No, Yao Yao tenderly grasped Jiang Chen's hand with both of hers. I want to be a girl, special only to Big Brother. Special? Jiang Chen was puzzled by the idea, not understanding her meaning. But Yao Yao's face turned burning hot again, not saying another word. Is it okay for you guys to display your affection in front of me? Sun Jiao said with her eyes narrowed. It's okay to say Yao Yao is yours, but it is not okay to publicly display your affection in front of me. This was what was going through Sun Jiao's mind. I refuse to allow this. She began to grind her teeth subconsciously. Jiang Chen felt the devil's stare as he uncontrollably shivered. Okay, startled like a rabbit again, Yao Yao backed away. Sun Jiao never bullied her, but she had always been afraid of her. Don't you have something important to say? Go ahead and say it now. Sun Jiao let out a sigh and cleared her mind. Jiang Chen's face turned serious again. He sat Yao Yao down again before he walked to the middle of the living room. Yao Yao confusedly watched Jiang Chen's actions. Sun Jiao seemed to already have a guess as she propped her chin on her hand while waiting for his explanation. I am from a different world. Although she was mentally prepared, she was still shocked when Jiang Chen said it with his mouth. Yao Yao was completely stunned. Let me explain. Jiang Chen sighed as he extended his left hand. The food and supplies inside the storage dimension emerged in the middle of the room. There were no special effects, only the sudden appearance of all the canned foods, vegetables, and rice, as if fantasy had just become reality. This shocked Sun Jiao completely, while Yao Yao was already mind-blown. He scratched the back of his head in front of the two dumbfounded girls. I haven't explained anything yet. Why are you guys so shocked? Brother, are you an immortal? Yao Yao was the first one to regain her senses. Her eyes were filled with admiration as she stared with awe at Jiang Chen. To be honest, it feels great to be idolized by a naive young girl. No. These things did not appear from thin air. How should I explain this? From my world, it is very easy to exchange for these goods with gold. So, Big Brother is from a parallel dimension that's before the war. Yao Yao unknowingly nodded her head. She spent her child before the war, so she remembered the prosperity in the earlier times. Smart, that sums it up nicely. Jiang Chen praised Yao Yao and gave her a thumbs up. She explained everything he was troubled about in one sentence. This much. Sun Jiao grew up in the survival base, so without much experience, she was completely stunned. Jiang Chen couldn't stop himself from laughing at the dumbfounded Sun Jiao. Jiang Chen briefly explained his origin and comforted away the worries of the two girls about whether he would suddenly disappear. When Sun Jiao asked about the possibility of interdimensional travel with someone else, an anxious look appeared on Yao Yao's face, but Jiang Chen had to let them down as he took out the cage with the dead hamster. He didn't explain, only leaving it on the table. The two girls were briefly silent before they understood. Interdimensional travel is already magical. If it was possible to bring a creature with you, the world would not be the same anymore. Sun Jiao forced a bitter smile as she shook her head. She tiredly fell onto the table. Yes, there are mutated cells everywhere in this world. Only humans with some resistance can prevent mutating into zombies. If Big Brother brought people over, the mutation could spread in the other world as well. Yao Yao gave a more serious consideration that left Jiang Chen drenched in cold sweat. True, the mutation viruses are everywhere. If I bring it back to the other world. He quivered at the idea. He was inconsiderate of the situation, as his mind was only filled with how to make money. He never considered a critical issue like this. If not for the interdimensional bracelet's ability to terminate all life, the other world would be complete chaos. He didn't know the principle behind it. Maybe it would be helpful to dissect that hamster, but he didn't probe too deeply into that thought. Let's not talk about this anymore. Since you're all mine, I have an obligation to provide a better life for you. Jiang Chen's words made both Sun Jiao and Yao Yao blush. I brought a lot of supplies back, and now we need more fridge space to store these supplies. It'd be even better if had access to freezers as well. There are also some easy-to-store canned foods and preserved crackers in there. I plan to exchange these for crystals and purchase some equipment to fortify our mansion. Sun Jiao nodded. IHaveAMansion, the preserved crackers sell at around 1 crystal per piece. We don't need to go to the 6th Street to exchange it either, since there are plenty of community-sized survivor camps around here. Although I've reinforced the mansion, the defense is clearly not enough. It'd be better if we could exchange for some firearms and weapons. Jiang Chen briefly considered it. Okay, let's make a list of all the items we need and make all of our purchases on one trip. Also, I think it's safer to go to the 6th Street. The smaller survivor camps are not that trustworthy. Despite their reinforced mansion, there were not enough people here. Sun Jiao alone would not be able to defend this place. If the food caught the other survivors' attention, those poor, starving refugees could become gun-wielding bandits the next second. The absolute neutrality that the 6th Street prided themselves on meant that they kept a clear name on the wasteland to foster their growth into a giant. You're right, but the Huizhang mercenaries are going to be looking for us there. Sun Jiao explained her concerns. They lost an entire raid team to Jiang Chen last time. It would be a bloodbath the next time they encountered the mercenaries. Don't be afraid, Jiang Chen smiled. It only takes me 2 seconds to escape the danger. After he finished his sentence, Jiang Chen disappeared from their visions and reappeared the next second. Fuck, if I do it too fast, it has its problems. Jiang Chen lost his balance and almost fell trying to hold on to the chair. There were some consequences to using this ability back-to-back, such as brief dizziness. You just... Yes, I went and came back from the peaceful world. Jiang Chen covered his dizzied head and explained. Since he already admitted his secret, he didn't need to hide his ability in the future. 1 crystal of energy was nothing to him. It was only a piece of preserved crackers after all. This is incredible, Yao Yao exclaimed in disbelief. Sun Jiao blankly nodded. The danger of the sewer system is already eliminated. He tried not to remember the scene. Because of this, I can go by myself to the 6th Street and bring the supplies in the storage dimension. I'm still worried. Sun Jiao nervously looked at Jiang Chen. You have to take care of our home. We don't have enough of a workforce here. How about I buy some people this time? Such as buying a few more cute girls. Sun Jiao gave him a dangerous look. Yao Yao also pouted at the idea but couldn't say anything to change his mind. After all, Jiang Chen purchased her. What do you think I am? A sex addict? Jiang Chen ruefully smiled as he rubbed his nose. There's no way you can defend this mansion by yourself. Also, I need some people with unique talents. There were treasures everywhere on the wasteland, including the people that couldn't use their unique talents here. Jiang Chen could easily use their ability and generate a fortune for his futuristic technology. What about me? I can learn. You don't want me anymore. Surprised, Yao Yao approached him with teary eyes. How could that happen? He rubbed her puffy hair gently. I don't want you working so hard. You already helped me a lot. Also, don't stay up anymore. You need your sleep. MHMM. Yao Yao joyfully hummed at Jiang Chen's head rub and immediately forgot her concern. Since you said it, what if you bring another girl back this time? Sun Jiao was not as easy to fool as Yao Yao. I swear to God, he said while raising his hand before she doubtfully let it go. Sun Jiao's concern was unnecessary since Jiang Chen had no such intentions. Although he was an open person, It was because he had suppressed himself for a long time. Even in just a month's worth of time, he became more mature. He never planned on building a sex dungeon in the apocalypse. Even if he had the opportunity, he would not have the energy. Compared to these things, more were awaiting him. The mansion lacked a workforce in every aspect. The watchtower beside the wall required a person because he was unwilling to send Sun Jiao to guard the door every day. He also needed someone to fix the electronics and appliances in the mansion. With Sun Jiao's limited knowledge, she hemmed the solar power with pure luck. From electricians to construction workers, he needed a lot of people here. He wouldn't risk allowing the survivors into the mansion. After wandering the wasteland for so many years, their morals were questionable. Instead, the slaves he purchased would be safer. Nobody would risk their lives with the electronic bracelet on. That way, Jiang Chen wouldn't need to worry about them defying his command. They would be more grateful for this opportunity because Jiang Chen had food. Even if he only fed them a bowl of congee every day, it would be significantly better compared to their previous lives. Jiang Chen considered himself a sympathetic person. He would never torture slaves, but it was rare for a master like this to exist in the apocalypse. Let me be clear first. This does not apply to Yao Yao, but don't ever think about taking off the electronic bracelets off the slaves. Sun Jiao also considered Yao Yao as part of the family, but she worried that Jiang Chen's humanitarian considerations would want to get rid of all the bracelets. "Don't worry, I'm not that foolish yet," he said with a bitter smile. "I've matured. I do admit that I grew accustomed to using peaceful ways of thinking before, but I don't think that will happen again." Sun Jiao nodded, pleased with the answer. Yao Yao, who was afraid to talk, also let out a sigh. "In that case, I won't worry anymore. Is the family meeting over?" As she stretched, her breasts almost exploded out of her clothes. When she heard the words family meeting, Yao Yao uncontrollably blushed. Jiang Chen also burst out in laughter. Since it is a family meeting, then it's still not over." Jiang Chen shook his head. What else?" Sun Jiao leaned back against the chair. He nodded with an earnest stare into her eyes. "It's about you. The things that you must do, can you tell me now?" A hint of emotion flashed in her eyes. "You still remember?" "Of course you are mine. I will never forget." I'm about to give up." Sun Jiao's gaze that was full of joy, sorrow, and confusion dodged his eyes. "But I still remember, right? Why don't you tell me? It never hurts to try," Jiang Chen said sincerely. She let out a long exhale and slowly opened her mouth. "I managed to find the feeling of home here. I already feel incredibly lucky. The silly idea I have. Since you already asked, I'll tell you." She paused before she suddenly smiled. Do you know, Tithai's place is actually my home." Chapter 32, Sun Jiao's Past. Sun Jiao's words surprised Jiang Chen and Yao Yao. Jiang Chen remembered she was born in Survival Base 71, so how was she connected to this mansion? When he heard Sun Jiao's explanation, however, he finally understood the connection as well as why she'd been starving in this mansion in the first place. Sun Jiao's father owned this estate before the war, but due to the sudden eruption of the nuclear war, Sun Jiao's father became separated from his wife and son when they fled the city. Sun Jiao's father subsequently met Sun Jiao's mother in Survival Base 71, where they fell in love. With the blessings of the other survivors, they married and gave birth to Sun Jiao and another daughter, Sun Jiao's sister. Unfortunately, the joyful days were short-lived as the survival base was forced to open because of the depleted resources, drawing bandits that littered the wasteland into attacking the survival base. And so, Sun Jiao lost her family. She was fortunate in that she managed to escape. She wandered the ruins, but instead of meeting mutants, zombies, or slave traders, she ran into a strange individual who didn't know her purpose. Or perhaps it was better to say that she met her master. In 2139, due to the enactment of the new Strategic Defense Alliance, the Han People's Liberation Army began to be referred to as PLA. A self-proclaimed PLA female soldier appeared and took care of Sun Jiao. She taught her the necessary skills to survive in the wasteland, such as how to shoot a gun and how to identify the good and bad. But sadly, her master passed away in a conflict against an unknown group of militants, and that was how Sun Jiao started her lonely journey. Sun Jiao wandered the wasteland trying to find her family, longing for the comfort of Survival Base 71. She knew that even if she managed to find them, life would not be the same again, but it served as her only motivation. She searched for their information around Donghai City until she confirmed from an old neighbor in Liuding Town that both of her parents passed away in that unfortunate incident, but no information remained of her sister. The relentless Sun Jiao continued to explore the wasteland for any information, even coming across her father's home from before the war. It was precisely this mansion, but because she ran out of nutrient supplies here, she starved until falling unconscious. Then by coincidence, she met Jiang Chen here. I understand. I'll keep an eye out for you. If we can find your sister, you'll be very happy, right? Jiang Chen said with a smile after listening to her narration. Jiang Chen. Her eyes became moist. If not for Yao Yao's presence, she would have pushed him to the ground and expressed the loving emotion filling her heart. Ahem. Although inappropriate, Sun Jiao didn't know other ways to express her love. What about Yao Yao? Can I help you with anything? Since we are a family now, don't hide anything and tell me, okay? Jiang Chen rubbed Yao Yao's head. Yao Yao shook his head and gently covered Jiang Chen's hand with both of her hands. I'm already so lucky. My only family is brother Jiang Chen and sister Sun Jiao. Her smile was joyful, but it made Jiang Chen slightly teary. Yao Yao made lunch. This gentle girl took the effort to practice cooking, touching Jiang Chen even more. This was the first time he ate a meal made by a girl. He was so touched that he almost began to cry. That was an exaggeration. Yao Yao looked at the way Jiang Chen devoured the lunch, and a joyous smile appeared on her face. As for Sun Jiao, she always ate food as if there was no tomorrow. It would be odd if she acted any differently. After lunch, the three of them cleaned up. Sun Jiao organized the supplies within the living room, and Jiang Chen followed Yao Yao to her room as he had other matters. Yao Yao, have you finished preparing for the vault door? PSH, Yao Yao burst laughing. Big brother doesn't know yet, but Sun Jiao already emptied the bank vault for you. Haha, she probably forgot to tell you because she was too surprised. She's hopping to be praised. Jiang Chen paused momentarily as a genuine delight flashed across his face. Haha, sister Sun Jiao is not you. She is probably not interested in my recognition. Because of how cute Yao Yao looked, Jiang Chen uncontrollably rubbed her hair. Like a squirrel, Yao Yao closed her eyes to enjoy the moment. Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, she blinked her sweet eyes at Jiang Chen. No, sister Sun Jiao want to receive praise from big brother like Yao Yao. She thoughtfully nodded her head, sure that her analysis was accurate. Surprised by her words, Jiang Chen laughed. You're right. I have to express my gratitude to this girl. Although most of the time she is very naughty, at times she can be surprisingly considerate. He put aside the conversation about gold and inquired about mobile game development. Mobile game, the game you play on your cell phone, are these things popular in Big Brother's world? She asked without completely understanding him. It puzzled Jiang Chen because she spent the first 12 years of her life before the war. Were there no electronic games at that time? That was impossible. Jiang Chen voiced his thoughts, but the answer he received made him quite conflicted. That's what you mean. I think I know what you're referring to, but the popular games before the war were all played within the gaming chamber. Gaming chamber. Yes, the mainstream games were based on design engines within the virtual reality system. Lying down in the gaming chamber helped in relaxing the body, so some people even chose to spend their sleeping time in games. A lot of portable devices that connected directly to the neural network also achieved similar functions. No one installed extra games within the mobile devices. It was not because there were no more games. With the advancement of technology, the gaming format evolved over time. Just like how the DS faded through the passage of history and PSP-related game devices were no longer able to capture the market under the fierce competition of smartphones. What should I do? Jiang Chen had a stern face and fell into deep thought. Abandon mobile games. But for a company just in the initial growth phase, a jump into virtual reality would be too forced. Aren't there any other options? Can you show me that phone you're talking about, big brother? Yao Yao asked in a quiet voice. Of course, here you go. Jiang Chen immediately took out his Samsung phone and gave it to Yao Yao. Feel free to play with it. Yao Yao didn't hesitate, and she immediately started dissecting the phone on her workbench. Woo, why is the CPU performance so low? Only a couple gigabytes of RAM. Yao Yao examined the phone and mumbled words that made Jiang Chen quite embarrassed. It didn't take long before Yao Yao finally understood this antique. What do you think? Jiang Chen rushed to ask as Yao Yao took off her protective glasses. It doesn't look too complicated. If we use D++ to program it, we should be able to compress everything into this tiny space. She touched her tiny chin with a focused expression. Although mobile games are programs, you also have to consider art, music, and experience, but I don't have any experience. Jiang Chen thought for a minute and realized the problem as well. Not all programming majors became game developers like Sid Meier. The key to games was the experience gained. Even if Yao Yao could compress an enormous amount of content using a more advanced language to reduce the requirement for hardware systems, the fundamental issue was still whether it was fun to play. Suddenly, Yao Yao slapped her head as if she just remembered something. Oh, let me take care of this. I promise that I'll give you what you want within 5 days. So quickly, Jiang Chen was stunned. His original plan was for Yao Yao to finish within 2 months. Yao Yao felt a little shy as she rubbed her nose. It would be difficult to program from scratch, but I just remembered there's a library nearby. Sister Sun Jiao brought these back for me from there. There must be some historical codes from the database in the library that will include the games Big Brother wants. As long as Sister Sun Jiao makes another trip to the library and copies all the files related to games between 2100 and 2200, I only need to fix the code a little to make it work. Well, Jiang Chen left the room, gently closing the door. Why is my heart beating so fast? Am I a monster after all? Jiang Chen murmured in his heart as he walked towards Sun Jiao. He spotted Sun Jiao at the underground storage counting the supplies. The cans and preserved crackers were neatly separated beside the wall. Rice was organized within polyethylene plastic containers, which were common in the wasteland after the military previously parachuted tightly sealed rescue supplies. The underground storage felt cold. The original owner, Sun Jiao's father, previously stored wine in here, but after it was discovered by other survivors, there were no traces of wine. The current quantity of supplies made it was necessary to scavenge some fridges from the residences nearby. After some repairs, they would be usable. It just meant that the solar power had to be upgraded at the same time. The current electricity was just enough to sustain the power usage in the mansion, but with a few more fridges, it would be nearly impossible to meet the demand. Chapter 33, Back to 6th Street. The energetic Jiang Chen and the flushed Sun Jiao left the basement together. Jiang Chen's cocky look made the embarrassed Sun Jiao pinch his waist, but she lost her balance and almost fell. Be careful, don't hurt yourself. Jiang Chen immediately caught her as if nothing happened. Then, as he pretended to blame Sun Jiao, he slapped her on the butt. Sun Jiao gritted her teeth as she looked at Jiang Chen's smirk. Her embarrassed look made Jiang Chen feel extremely satisfied. You bastard! The usually angry Sun Jiao only managed to come up with a weak comeback. Despite her flustered appearance, the tenderness in her eyes couldn't be hidden. This small detail didn't escape the experienced Jiang Chen. He kissed Sun Jiao on the lips and escaped with a grin on his face before Sun Jiao realized what happened. He didn't want to let Sun Jiao to get back at him. This guy. Sun Jiao stared at the direction in which Jiang Chen left and angrily stomped her feet. She wanted to chase after and pinch him, but her body felt listless. He seems to have gotten better. Sun Jiao blushed red as her legs almost gave out on her. She desperately tried to find her balance against the wall. She gave his distant figure an angry stare and swore she'd get her revenge. FCK, just wait until tonight. When he arrived at the poolside, he sucked in a deep breath of cold air. There were at least 10 tons of gold in the pool. A ton of gold had a volume of 0.051 cubic meters, but the gold bars at the corner of the pool were at least half a cubic meter. Jiang Chen used an electronic balance and roughly measured the weight of the gold. It came out to be a total of 12.2 tons of gold, which would rake in roughly $500 million. Jiang Chen was ecstatic. Although he mentally prepared himself, it was impossible to not be surprised with such a giant pile of gold in front of him. He took another deep breath. Jiang Chen didn't immediately move the gold into the storage dimension. There was no rush since he needed to make a trip to 6th Street tomorrow, and he needed the storage dimension for exchanged goods. The gold wouldn't go anywhere. If he left now, it would be nightfall by the time he arrives at the 6th Street, so he decided to depart tomorrow morning and use the remaining time to prepare. He went back to his room and grabbed the PK-200 assault rifle that he hadn't used in a while before stepping out onto the wooden watchtower beside the wall. The dynamic gun's presence made him feel safe with its surreal sci-fi design. He clicked the safety and pulled the bolt. After concentrating, he raised the gun and locked the scope onto a frightening face wandering around and pulled the trigger. Bang! A breath of fire erupted from the gun barrel amidst the billowing smoke. The bullet hit the zombie in the chest, failing to kill it immediately. As if suddenly awakened, the wounded zombie began to frantically wave his limbs but was unable to get up. I aimed for the head but hit the chest. Jiang Chen shook his head and aimed with the scope again. The noise of the struggling zombie attracted the attention of the other slow-moving zombies, but they failed to find the source of attack without the smell of a survivor and continued to wander aimlessly. He aimed through the crosshair again. Bang! A breath of flame discharged from the barrel once more. This time Jiang Chen didn't miss, the zombie's head exploding into pieces and leaving a sludge of black blood. 4 times scope is ideal for mid-distance range battle. If you insist on using it at this distance, I suggest you change the zoom to 100 meters. He heard Sun Jiao's ridicule at his back. Where is it? Jiang Chen remembered a game he played before where he could adjust the gun's magnification before shooting. The only problem was that there was no page-up key in real life. It's here, Sun Jiao pointed out the button beside the scope. So that was the problem. After Jiang Chen changed the zoom from 0 to 100, he attempted the same shot again. The accuracy was much higher. Mechanical sight would be enough at this distance. Sun Jiao reached out and turned the PK-200 scope to the side, exposing the mechanical aim. Try this. Oh, so this is how you use it. Jiang Chen was able to quickly acclimate himself to the gun, but because his targets were zombies, he wasn't certain how accurate he was. Sun Jiao stood silently beside Jiang Chen and spoke up to fix his mistakes with tips on how to shoot and utilize cover. Time flew by before it was already time for dinner. I think that's enough for today. Zombies are dangerous at night, so it's better not to anger them. Sun Jiao glanced at the crowd of zombies below them. Their endless numbers made it impossible to eliminate them. Despite being killed by mutants and humans both, there were constantly more being born in the downtown area, spreading non-stop. His record was satisfactory as he managed to kill 97 zombies with 120 bullets. Sun Jiao nodded in discreet. Although it was nothing impressive, for a beginner it was a good record. She was less nervous about his ability to survive. After all, even if he couldn't win a fight, he had the ability to run away. Are you feeling better? Jiang Chen closed the safety, and after slinging the gun over his back, asked Sun Jiao a daring question with a grin on his face. She hesitated for a moment before her face suddenly turned to a burning shade of red. Jiang Chen painfully rubbed the leg kicked by Sun Jiao. I'm just worried about you. Wait for me tonight. Sun Jiao grabbed him by his collar and said in a vicious tone. She let go of him and jumped off the wooden watchtower in a huff. Jiang Chen quivered. She wouldn't tie me up again, would she? His face turned bitter as he thought about the chances. What if I hide in Yao Yao's room tonight? Jiang Chen ultimately decided to face reality. He obediently received his punishment from Sun Jiao that night. The next morning, he dragged his weary body back into his room. FCK, why can't I control my own feet? He wanted to slap himself for provoking her last night. He packed his equipment and put away the canned food and compressed crackers into the storage dimension before heading towards the door. Brother, are you leaving now? With her eyes still half closed, she asked dazedly from the top of the stairs. IHaveAMansion, I'm going to the 6th Street. I'll be back in a few days. Jiang Chen smiled at her as he checked his equipment one last time. Bring this with you. Yao Yao held the handrail and slowly walked down the stairs. She gave Jiang Chen a small bag. What's this? He looked at the bag, puzzled. Some small equipment that I designed. There's a drone that can connect to the EP and scan the terrain within a 1,000-meter radius. As long as I can help Big Brother out. Finished speaking, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked towards the sofa, curling up and falling asleep again. This little girl, is she not afraid of getting cold? Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. He wrapped the bag around his waist and walked towards the sofa. His hands passed under Yao Yao's knees and shoulder as he lifted her. Light and also soft with the fragrance of a natural milky smell. He brought her back to her bedroom before he left the mansion. Only blood remained from the zombies Jiang Chen shot yesterday. During the night, the active zombies ate the motionless bodies to acquire proteins. With enough, they would slowly evolve like the ration they encountered at the 6th Street last time. It was apparently common to see these evolved zombies in the downtown area, so most survival camps were built in rural areas. He opened the manhole and directed his flashlight inside. After confirming that it was safe, he jumped down without hesitation. It was quite scary to walk down here alone, but since the biggest threat was eliminated and it wasn't his first time traversing the tunnels, Jiang Chen acted courageously. Slowly, he progressed towards 6th Street with his assault rifle in hand. When he passed by the cannibal tribe's location again, an uncontrollable expression of disgust flashed across his face. Thankfully, the cave was cleansed by fire, and no traces remained. It was important to do so because the smell of dead bodies attracted mutated rats. If there were only 1 or 2 of them, he'd be okay, but if he encountered a group of them. Nevertheless, it was safe along the way, but he did feel bored at times. Reaching his destination, Jiang Chen pushed open the manhole, feeling the first ray of sunshine in 5 hours. He took a deep breath of fresh air. He marked a safe symbol on the full-sensory computer pen before he put it away again. The sewer system was a relatively fast way to move between places in the wasteland, but the complex tunnels made it extremely dangerous as well. It was impossible to tell what was hidden in the shadows, whether it was a nest of death claws or a cave of cannibals. Jiang Chen tried to take the route he had used last time, and whenever he reached unexplored areas, he tensed up at full alert. Leaving the sewer, Jiang Chen cautiously pulled up his gun. He didn't know if the Huizhang mercenaries were still looking for him. He would only be safe from them after entering the door. He made a beeline towards the 6th Street. The procedure was no different from last time. Soldiers in black combat suits approached Jiang Chen and signaled for him to display his identification on his EP. After confirming that he had no criminal records, they immediately allowed him to pass. It was the same desolate ghetto from last time with the weary refugees. Jiang Chen didn't buy labor right away since he now knew the rules of slave trading. All the people sold were either criminals or individuals who lost ability to work. Jiang Chen didn't want either type. Instead, he was looking for harmless individuals with a clean record and in large numbers as well. Therefore, he had to acquire them through other means. Jiang Chen didn't choose to go to the market this time. He first rented a storage near the industrial area and left all the canned food and compressed crackers there. After, he directly entered the inner circle examination station. Since it was a bulk quantity trade, it was necessary to find someone who could afford it. Other than the workforce, Jiang Chen also intended to purchase something that was not normally sold on the market. Chapter 34, The Inner Circle. Please display your ID, sir. It was the same routine check. Below the towering concrete wall was a reinforced metal gate. The inner circle was substantially more reinforced than the outer zone. Jiang Chen was fortunate enough to witness the greatness of the city from within. After he had paid a crystal for his trouble, he left all his weapons in the storage by the gate. The guard at the examination station allowed him to pass. In front of the gate was a spider tank with a triangular-shaped cannon. The limbs of the vehicle attached to tracks cast a fictional vibe. The occasional patrol team passed by was also equipped with the most advanced work of the century, black carbon nano-armor suits and fluid-looking rifles. Sun Jiao mentioned that the Inner Circle's soldiers were the 6th Street Corps power. Most were private soldiers who belonged to the rulers of the 6th Street Group of 10 Council. Despite their advanced equipment, the soldiers that were a part of the Outer Circle were part of the 6th Street's public assets. Hence, the nature between the two was entirely different. The shocked Jiang Chen considered acquiring some of their equipment as he approached his destination. Along the way, Jiang Chen also saw some pedestrians. Only a unique group of people lived in the inner circle of the 6th Street. Those included specialized technologists, wealthy mercenary leaders, and investors who purchased assets within the area. It was known as the land of the wealthy. It is also worth mentioning that the mercenaries stationed in the 6th Street acted differently compared to the wandering half-mercenary, half-bandits on the wasteland. The majority of them defended the 6th Street, along with the soldiers in exchange for commissions. They would also occasionally be sent to complete missions outside, or protect trade routes. The mercenaries registered at the 6th Street were trustworthy as they all paid a fee as a guarantee for their services. When they no longer acted in the intention for their employer, not only does the guarantor inside the inner circle receive imprisonment, the 6th Street would send out military power to eliminate the rebellious forces. Heaven Island Hotel, your comfortable home. Jiang Chen walked into a hotel that resembled a pre-war luxurious mansion. Since he was there for business, he must also show the correct gestures. Jiang Chen paid for a 5-day stay without a blink of an eye. The total bill came out to be 50 crystals. The hotel owner immediately demonstrated the attitude similar to worshiping God as he respectfully escorted him to his room. Only the wealthy and the influential could afford a hotel like this. The hotel owner would do anything to please them. The high price of the hotel meant that people rarely stayed there. Only renowned merchants or millionaires from other survivor camps, or even from outside of Wangai City, would stay there. According to Sun Jiao, anyone who lived here would attract the attention of the public. Jiang Chen wanted that attention. How would he do business without it? He was not afraid of the troubles that would ensue. The neutrality of the 6th Street continued for more than 10 years. Their development was not the product of short-sighted growth strategies. Just this point alone was worth the recognition of the 6th Street's policy. 10 capitalists formed the Group of 10 Council, who implemented the freedom of trade policy within the walls. The balance of power allowed the strict enforcement of the policy to be enacted. No one wanted to be the first to break the rule of the game. It would not be okay to kill your business partner and ruin the deal for your neighbor. However, privacy was less of an issue. As to what Jiang Chen expected, the moment he stepped into the room, the hotel manager reported this wealthy customer to his boss. Picture. Identification. Fishbone Food Corporation representative Jiang Chen. Time of stay, July 9th to 14th. Jiang Chen's information was presented in front of someone. Fishbone Food Corporation, Jiang Chen, very compelling. A middle-aged man with a bowl cut leaned against the office chair. Under his thick eyebrows was a pair of hawk-sharp eyes. Do you want to get in contact with him, boss? The assistant in uniform pushed up her glasses. As Zhao Chenwu's assistant, she was not only critical to his work, She also acted as his bodyguard and occasionally helped to alleviate his needs at times of desire. Zhao Chenwu, Group of 10 Council member. He controlled 13% of the military strength within the inner circle. He was the owner of 2 firearm factories, 1 pharmaceutical company, along with an array of fixed assets in the inner circle. He was also known as the president of the 6th Street's renowned Zhao Corporation. There is no rush. Let's look at the situation more closely. A grin appeared on Zhao Chenwu's face. He was uncertain about the intention of this young man. Food Corporation. Where can you even find a piece of arable land on the wasteland? Even if it were through soilless culture, the vegetable produced would be in odd shapes due to the radiation, and it could even be poisonous. The soil culture also existed at the 6th Street, but most of the produce were not edible. The taste of the remainder produce was not fresh either. With exaggeration, if you planted a watermelon, it could grow into a bean for you. There was no doubt that the technology existed outside of Wangai City, where it was possible to grow to produce on the wasteland. The rarity, along with the high cost, resulted in the limitedness of the technology. Could it be a simulated ecosystem? He also heard about the technology before. Although the advancement of technology was far superior before the war, everyone's current focus on innovation was extremely skewed. As the controlling shareholder of the Heaven Island Hotel, he encountered many representatives at the 6th Street before. It was his first time hearing about the existence of a food corporation. There was never a shortage of mutant beef, just ordinary people couldn't afford it. Zhao Chenwu shook his head and placed this report away. He looked at the clock and felt a sense of hunger. He asked his assistant, "Is lunch ready?" "Yes, my boss. Do I need to confirm that today's lunch is curry chicken?" the assistant said in a professional tone. After she had received Zhao Chenwu's acknowledgement, she left the room. She then came back momentarily with a plate of steamy curry chicken. The unique aroma of curry chicken made Zhao Chenwu's saliva form at a rapid rate. Without any consideration for his composure, he devoured the meal. The assistant also swallowed as she saw how much her boss was enjoying the meal. She knew better that there was none for her. The total cost of the curry chicken was 20 crystals, which was equivalent to 2 nights of stay at the hotel. The price was not even the problem. It was the fact that you couldn't buy it with money. The Outer Circle's exchange office purchased 20 cans weeks ago. They sold each can with a price of 60 crystals to the influential individuals in the inner circle. Zhao Chenwu used his position as the group of 10 council member to get his hands on one of them. The good thing was that the office didn't auction the canned food or the price would be significantly higher. He divided this one can into 3 separate servings to enjoy. Zhao Chenwu investigated the whereabouts of the person who sold the cans. He heard that as soon as they left the gate, the Huizhang mercenaries went after them. No one knew if they were still dead or alive. When Zhao Chenwu heard this information, he was so angry that he almost broke the table and cursed the generations of Huizhang mercenaries. He almost sent out his private forces to teach those fools a lesson. However, he resisted the temptation due to his position of power, as the mercenaries didn't break any rules within the 6th Street. If he did anything, he would have broken the rule of the game. The last piece of the precious curry chicken went into his stomach as he savored the taste. He shook head as he threw the fantasy about curry chicken into the back of his mind. Although he was curious about the taste of sautéed beef his friend Sir Ding bought, he must have finished already as well. He had a business to run after all. The food was only a small part of his life. He took over a stack of documents and began reading the operation status of his company. At the same time, he glanced at the information relating to the hotel guest. He felt a sudden familiarity with the name. Why is the name Jiang Chen so familiar? Where did I see it before? If Jiang Chen knew that the canned food he sold to the exchange office was split into 3 servings by the big bosses within the inner circle, he would be hysterical. Right now, Jiang Chen was pleasantly enjoying his stay. He was the only one in the entire mansion. Despite the suppressed feeling cast by the radiation cloud and ray of mutated sunshine, which made it difficult for him to enjoy the holiday, He was quite satisfied by the facilities within the mansion, such as the relaxation chamber. When Jiang Chen lied inside, it felt as if his entire body was covered in jelly. The view was not as beautiful as the Sheraton in Sanya, but the technology sure made up for it. Why do we need nature when we have technology? Jiang Chen, who stepped out of the relaxation chamber, felt every pore on his body was exfoliated. The cleanliness was substantially higher compared to taking a shower. It even removed dust at the micro level. Should I bring one back? Jiang Chen touched his chin as he thought about this question. He absolutely loved this. He casually grabbed a bathrobe to cover himself and ran to other amenities to enjoy them. The ping-pong robot was designed for wealthy people who had no opportunity to exercise. He abandoned his racket the second he realized he couldn't beat the robot. He was interested in the full-sensory movie theater. The seven-dimensional movie that theaters praised in the modern world was nothing compared to this. He put on the helmet and strapped himself into the soft chair. The surreal feeling made it feel as if it was the reality. He was shocked to find out that he was standing in the middle of New York. Jiang Chen felt the breeze lightly caress across his face as he watched a battle between cops and thugs. He could even experience everything through the protagonist's view. It was as if he was fighting himself. He could feel the screeching bullet and experience the pain himself. He just couldn't control the protagonist's movement. The thrilled Jiang Chen left the theater and returned to his room. Chapter 35. Fishbone Food Corporation. Jiang Chen's mood was hardly pleasant. It was because he had just FC'd a sex doll. He was curious as to why the feeling was off. It was the silicone after all that made Jiang Chen conflicted about the idea. He initially thought the number 410 was just a setting, and the private service was due to the hotel's high-quality maids. However, he soon realized that the girl was a robot. He came to that conclusion after using all of his techniques, and the girl still did not show any signs of pleasure. That would be a short but funny story from the trip. Jiang Chen didn't think too about the sex toy because he didn't have the same urges as before. In his view, some of the intimacy is more joyful when there are two people. God knows what the Heaven Island Hotel's manager would think after he learned Jiang Chen's thought process. This robot was the result of centuries of innovation, perfectly designed, ergonomic with every detail to match. No human would look that flawless. Pregnancy or STD would not be a concern at all, as a rinse of the internal parts would allow for repeated usage. If the manager knew his peculiar thought process, he would have just gone to the ghetto and found him a prostitute there. The culture divide meant that they wouldn't understand each other. Jiang Chen preferred the realistic emotions carried by an actual person. He left the robot to the side. The occasional shoulder rub was quite relaxing. He gratefully rejected the meal service offered by the hotel as he cheerfully lied on the magnetically levitating chair. He ordered the mechanical beauty to pick up a fruit slice from the can and feed it to him. What a lavish life! An entire day passed still, no one visited him. This made Jiang Chen uncertain about his plans. This is odd. Do I need to be more proactive? He raised his eyebrows as questions floated through his mind. He was not familiar with the place, so he had no clue who the point of contact would be. Since the hotel registered him as a food corporation representative, in theory, anyone interested would contact him. Jiang Chen didn't believe the hotel manager would keep this a secret, and he was uncertain how many people would have access to the information. Jiang Chen over-dramatized the severity of the situation, because a merchant who smelt the opportunity for crystals was rushing there. It was the merchant that had to divide the can into 3 servings, Zhao Chenwu. Please come in. When he heard the doorbell, he answered the door as the voice-activated system automatically unlocked the door. When he saw the visitor, he didn't act surprised. He slowly and respectably stood up and asked the visitor to sit. Zhao Chenwu spotted the fruit can on the table and swallowed his saliva, but his facial expression remained calm. Although he had a passion for food, he was a man of influence, so he kept his composure. At this position of power, it was easy to disguise his desire. The assistant behind him only glanced at the can on the table once, and her expression also remained the same. Jiang Chen, who was observing the situation, became ecstatic. Disguise would mean that there was a problem. The more you pretend you don't care, the more you demonstrate your interest. The value of food was without a doubt extremely high. A careless expression would only suggest the disguise behind the intention. If Zhao Chenwu were pretending, that would mean that he was here to negotiate. Jiang Chen's plan was to find a business partner. It would be up to this negotiation to see if there would be a deal. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. My name is Zhao Chenwu. This is my assistant Su Lei." Zhao Chenwu cut straight to the point and introduced himself. When she heard the boss introduce her, she respectably acknowledged. You guys clearly have done your homework." Jiang Chen gave Zhao Chenwu a thought-provoking look. The middle-aged man didn't display any awkward emotion, as if the provoking action didn't bother him at all. "Mr. Jiang's detailed information means that you also want people to find you." A smile suddenly appeared on Zhao Chenwu's face. Indeed, it was not required to input the customer's information at the time of check-in. A name and genetic ID would be enough. But Jiang Chen forcefully added the Fishbone Food Corporation representative, along with his name. His intention was quite clear. "Haha, let's not talk about this anymore. Since we have an important visitor here, I can't be too cheap as the host." Jiang Chen gave the mechanical beauty some orders as the robot directly entered the room. Zhao Chenwu, puzzled, examined Jiang Chen and his intention. Jiang Chen was doing the same thing. Momentarily, the mechanical beauty walked in with 2 pieces of fresh, watery orange slices. She directly placed the plate in front of the confused Zhao Chenwu. "Fruit can, a specialty of our company. I already opened the one on the counter, so it would be rude of me to serve you guys with it. I just asked my temporary maid to open 2 more cans. My passion for oranges meant that I only brought oranges with me on this trip. I hope the 2 of you will not be offended." With a grin on his face, Jiang Chen gestured Zhao Chenwu to try. "Why would I be offended? This is just showing off," Zhao Chenwu cursed in his mind. The fresh-looking orange slices were only available a few years after the war. The supermarket had some yet to be raided, but the supplies were all gone within 2 years. It has been 10 years since he had an orange this delicious. He chewed on the soft orange as his edged and rough face showed a sign of excitement. However, he immediately turned into his usual collected expression when he met Jiang Chen's smile. To greet the guest with luxury like this, especially including the assistant as well, demonstrated not only his good faith, but also the amount of wealth he had. Zhao Chenwu thoughtfully looked at Su Lei, who still acted calm, but her mouth was chewing non-stop. He pushed the toothpick inside a slice of orange and didn't continue to eat. There would be plenty of time to taste the delicacy after the business was done. "Does it taste good?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile. He also picked up a slice of orange and put in his mouth. "It's delicious. To be honest, even though the 6th Street can produce some fruits, the production is limited. Due to the radiation, it is difficult to maintain the quality of the fruit, which means only some are edible. The rest could only be extracted for nutrient purposes." These were not secrets at all, as anyone on the street would know. Zhao Chenwu did not hide any information. Instead, he was straightforward and acted as honestly as possible. "I have heard about this before, therefore I see opportunities." Jiang Chen nodded. "The canned food at the exchange office must be Mr. Jiang's move," Zhao Chenwu said without any fluctuation in his emotion. "You are correct. I sold it at a price of 50 crystals per can. I heard that the price was raised to 60. In that case, since Mr. Jiang showed up in the inner circle and not the exchange office, you must be preparing for a big deal." Zhao Chenwu's face displayed a burning passion. "Indeed, I believe my products would sell very well in the 6th Street." The opportunity finally came. A glimpse of confidence flashed across Jiang Chen's face, as the person who brought up the question was important in any negotiation, for the one that took the initiative would not be at an advantage. Zhao Chenwu couldn't contain his excitement that he was no longer calm. The canned food would sell out the moment it enters the market. As a capitalist himself, Zhao Chenwu would not let the profit in front of him escape. Do I have the pleasure of becoming your business partner? A thought-provoking smile appeared on Zhao Chenwu's face. Of course, if Mr. Zhao has enough influence, Jiang Chen responded with a vague answer. It looks like Mr. Jiang didn't investigate about me. Zhao Chenwu smiled. Any individual or force can become our business partner granted they meet all the requirements. Investigating every individual within the inner circle would be inefficient. I know that as long as I show up here, people with business insight into business will find me. It is only a matter of time. Jiang Chen shook his head and said calmly. However, Zhao Chenwu recognized the other relevant information within Jiang Chen's words. Are you talking about the trade? Wait, you can provide stable supply. Zhao Chenwu pressed his hands against the table and stood up immediately. He stared at Jiang Chen with disbelief. It would be impossible in Wangai City. It must be an organization outside of Wangai. Simulated ecosystem facility. Regardless of what it is, I must make the deal. Mr. Zhao, you are acting overzealously. Although he was ecstatic in his mind, he remained collected and said it without any emotion. I apologize for my manner. Allow me to introduce myself again. Zhao Chenwu realized his actions were overeager. He fixed up his clothes and extended his right hand. Member of the Group of 10 Council, President of the Zhao Corporation, Zhao Chenwu. On behalf of the Zhao Corporation, I extend my warm welcome to your company's presence regarding potential deals at the 6th Street. Oh my, part of the Group of 10 Council. Jiang Chen hid his surprise. These are the conglomerate that controlled all the capital within the neutral 6th Street. Since they are part of the forces in the 6th Street, safety would not be a concern either. The absolute neutrality is a law that was strictly enforced for more than 20 years. He stood up and shook Zhao Chenwu's hand to express his gratitude. I'm Jiang Chen, a representative who is responsible for the negotiation of the deal. On behalf of the Fishbone Food Corporation, I express my gratitude to the Zhao Corporation at the 6th Street. Let's put the gestures aside and talk about the details of the business. Haha, Mr. Jiang is a straightforward person. This was what I expected. Joyous by the suggestion, Zhao Chenwu happily accepted. He originally thought Jiang Chen was a flipper merchant, common to the wasteland, with some unique products. Even if he brought him considerable profit in one trade, it would not be long-term as flipper merchants wandered across the wasteland without a home. However, Jiang Chen's proposition was a long-term trade agreement, which offered a significantly different meaning. A stable trade route, with an external survivor camp with the product being luxury canned food, Zhao Chenwu was thankful that he took the initiative first. If he let this money-printing machine escape from in front of him, he would be the laughing stock of the entire inner circle merchants. Chapter 36, Trade Route. It is extremely challenging to conduct trade on the wasteland. The endless amount of bandits along with the unsuspecting mutants made the establishment of a proper trade route between survivor camps almost impossible. Only camps in close proximities could establish stable trade routes. Some famous trade routes include the one established between Liuding Town and the Beer Can Company. Both parties even sent out some of its forces to create supplying stations along the way to reinforce firepower. These supplying stations would often assign a strike force to provide protection to the merchants along the trade route. The development of these trade routes are the symptoms of the difference between production capability and technology level among survival camps. The tale that Liuding Town is an aircraft carrier is something unheard of. The aircraft carrier was previously known as Bohai, which broke down in the harbor after the nuclear explosion. Due to various reasons, it was abandoned after the war and was only utilized by the survivors after the apocalypse. They modified the carrier with illegal upgrades which made the vessel not even close to resembling a ship. It would be more fitting to call it a platform. The absolute safety of the ship allowed it to become the haven primarily for the entertainment industry and secondarily for the high-tech industry. Don't be mistaken. The beer bottle company also did not produce beer bottles. It is a survival base focused on heavy industrial production. The base is located at the Wangai City's rural port near the heavy industrial park. Not only is this place capable of producing the missiles used in the electromagnetic cannon on board, but it also has the capacity to manufacture high-tech guided missiles. The capacity is, however, limited, with most of the raw materials collected from waste. Of course, all this information is outside of the context. To open the new market at Wangai City, I plan to establish a supply station here. In fact, I am planning this already. We are currently extremely lacking in the force and equipment necessary. The corporate headquarters provided me with the order to gather all help on-site. We are going to invest all first-year profit into the construction of the supply station. Population, equipment, firearms are 3 points we need to discuss. Also another point, I don't want criminals without a guarantee in their personality. Supply station. Why don't you establish it in the 6th Street? We can provide the best security for your business. Zhao Chenwu slightly raised his eyebrows as he asked the question in his mind. Despite the 6th Street's respectable reputation in Wangai City, in our perspective, you are still unknown and unfamiliar. This is the strategy established by the corporation. I can only follow within the boundaries set. Jiang Chen continued to make up an elaborate story as he directed everything to the non-existent company outside of Wangai City. Regardless, the explanation was convenient and convincing at the same time. Zhao Chenwu thought momentarily before he opened his mouth. The workforce is not a problem. In general, the labor force in the ghetto remains excessive even to this day, although on paper it is prohibited to sell non-criminals. A mischievous smile flashed across Zhao Chenwu's face. If there are not a lot of people, I can create some accidents and make them part of the tradable population. Rules are set by people. Therefore, there are always ways to exploit within the rules as long as it is within reason. Jiang Chen nodded. Not a lot, I think 30 should suffice. 30 people compared with a population over 10,000 is like a drop of water in the vast ocean. No one would use 30 people as an excuse to attack him. Zhao Chenwu immediately agreed to the proposition. As to the necessary equipment, I included everything on this list. Jiang Chen smiled as he took out an electronic card and gently put it on the table. These graphene-produced cards could store up to 12 gigabytes of full sensory information. It could be charged directly under the sun, which made it incredibly easy to use. The 6th Street market sold it for a low price. Zhao Chenwu accepted the card. He didn't seem bothered as he clicked the start button on the left side. A list appeared in front of his eyes. Anti-corrosive concrete mixer, nanotube generator, graphene cutting bed. These should be okay. There are some stored within the 6th Street storage. I'll just use Zhao Corporation's name to purchase it. However, the firearm production line and the nanochip production bed. A puzzled look appeared on Zhao Chenwu's face. These type of goods are difficult to obtain. Firearm-related production is strictly prohibited to be sold at any survival base. The nanochip production bed is not only massive and difficult to transport. Even if you purchased it, without some technical background, nothing would be manufactured from the machine. Zhao Chenwu didn't lie. The nanochip has a comprehensive application, especially in the production of full sensory equipment, which will be critical to entering the full sensory computer market. However, to produce the nanochip, a series of accompanying production lines were necessary. The nano-sized silicon board must be cut by a high-precision machine. Jiang Chen touched his chin as he thought for a moment. It looks like there's no need to rush. It is probably better to do it one step at a time. Jiang Chen, who made up his mind, didn't insist on pursuing his conditions. It is fine to exclude the firearm production line and the nanochip production bed. Though, due to the need for security at the supply station, I don't know if Mr. Zhao is interested in the firearm business. There was no way he was not interested. Zhao Chenwu promised that he could find any 6th Street approved equipment for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude. Since both parties managed to come to an agreement in the trade, they entered the discussion phase in regards to the details of the deal. After a careful deliberation, the details of the agreement were finalized. The female assistant named Su Lei professionally produced the electronic agreement and handed Jiang Chen and her boss a copy each. After Jiang Chen had examined the items were consistent in the deliberation, he pressed his thumb onto the contract. Zhao Chenwu was confident in his assistant's ability, as he only scanned the document for a few seconds before stamping it with his fingerprint. When 2 genetic ID appeared on the electronic contract, it symboled the enactment of the contract. It was rather symbolic because business ethics were not enforced within the apocalypse. The key to honoring the agreement was profit for both parties. The fruit cans were priced at 30 crystals, the meats varied between 10 to 20 crystals based on its composition, and the crackers sold at 1 crystal per piece. The price of the goods was not higher only because Jiang Chen was planning to sell in bulk quantities. An item was valued in proportion to its rarity. When Jiang Chen sold the 20 cans, the high price of 50 crystals was well justified. However, since a stable trade agreement was signed, there would be a continuous supply of the canned food. Hence, such high price would not be seen anymore. The price was certainly not cheap. The hefty price tag was still 5 times the cost of mutant beef. He would also have to adjust the sale price if he sold through retail. If the price were higher, even the rich would not be able to afford it. The different types of equipment Jiang Chen needed had a different cost. The anti-corrosive concrete mixer only costed 300 crystals, whereas the graphene cutting bed had a price of 11,000 crystals, which was the price after a small discount from the market price. The 6th Street's mass-produced destroyer rifle was sold at 20 crystals each. The efficient assault was part of NATO's standard weaponry. It used the same 7.62 bullet as the PK-200 Jiang Chen used. The gun was weaker overall but made up it in the stability category, which meant it has an advantage in man-to-man combat. Jiang Chen bought 40 of them, along with some heat sensor grenades and EMP grenades. The price offered by Zhao Chenwu made Jiang Chen quite pleased, as everything was discounted by 10%. The gesture was to compensate for Jiang Chen's reduced price on the food cans. Although titled as compensation, Zhao Chenwu didn't know that the goods Jiang Chen traded had a cost of less than 1 crystal. All of the goods were exchanged in the storage space Jiang Chen rented previously. As to how Jiang Chen moved the canned food in, Zhao Chenwu was also surprised, as he did not receive any reports related to large quantities of canned food appearing in the inner circle. Despite not having to pay taxes before trading for goods, documentation was still necessary. Cautioned by Jiang Chen's power, Zhao Chenwu didn't say anything. Since both of them had no conflict of interest, a strong partner would only be beneficial to him. The ability to transport goods on the mutant creature-filled wasteland was a feat on its own. They must have special transportation technology. Zhao Chenwu would never guess in his life that Jiang Chen brought the food back from a parallel world. Despite the good being exchanged at the 6th Street, Jiang Chen didn't want to make a trip down every single time. He would have no time to do anything else except to trade goods. Jiang Chen didn't have any concerns as he drew a line on the full sensory map. It was the safe underground sewer map he explored. The usage of the underground sewer system as a mean to trade goods was common in the apocalypse. This world's Wangai City had a robust drainage system that made the tunnel wide enough to pass a car. It would only take some modifications along the way, with some of the alley passes blocked, to build a golden highway for trading. The only drawback was that the tunnels were not entirely compatible with the ground routes. Therefore, not every survival base had the privilege of using this kind of trade route. Zhao Chenwu was ecstatic when he heard that an underground sewer tunnel connected with Jiang Chen's base. He gladly took on the deed to modify this route. Jiang Chen didn't want to owe a favor, and since the intention of trade was to benefit both parties, Jiang Chen also provided 1,000 crystals to fund the project. Modification work was not complicated. A few pieces of high-density polyethylene and aluminum compound boards would seal all alleys in the tunnel. This type of material was not only light, but also durable. Even vicious mutant creatures like the Death Claw could not destroy it. Both parties controlled the entrance of the tunnel. Zhao Chenwu sent out his force to secure the tunnel at the 6th Street side, whereas Jiang Chen was responsible for establishing a station on his side. This ensured the safety and security of the route. The exits were entirely blocked to prevent any bandits from entering the tunnel. In the future, the traded goods would be exchanged near Jiang Chen's end of the tunnel. The original plan stated that, at the beginning of the month, a trade would take place. Jiang Chen was responsible for providing 1,000 meat cans and 10,000 pieces of compressed crackers along with an ordered list. Zhao Chenwu would bring goods based on the list and offer a 10% discount from the marketplace. Jiang Chen also promised that as long as Zhao Chenwu acted within the conditions of the deal, he would only conduct food business with him at the 6th Street. Additionally, because Zhao Chenwu has underground transportation vehicles with a strong protective force, it was natural for him to take care of the shipping. As to if Jiang Chen should worry about Zhao Chenwu's possible ill intention with his private force. The idea was that no one foolish enough would be able to rise to a position of power to where Zhao Chenwu was now. No one would kill the cash cow, especially since Jiang Chen was only a supply station. The actual production facility may not even be in this province. He didn't have the capacity to explore through the entire wasteland. The closer to the city center, the more dangerous the zombies were. The further away, the mutant creatures ruled the land. He wouldn't risk the possibility of being impeached by the 6th Street to gamble on known profits with unknown possibilities. Only a dick's gamble. He was afraid that bandits would target Jiang Chen's base and even suggested defense treaties, but Jiang Chen graciously refused. It was unfeasible because even if his safety were guaranteed, there would always be a set of eyes watching him. It would be impossible to import goods. If he magically created goods, it would without a doubt cause suspicion. After the completion of the trade, Jiang Chen not only acquired all the necessary products and equipment, he had 210 crystal left over. Zhao Chenwu, without hesitation, ensured Jiang Chen he would deliver everything to his door. Jiang Chen didn't refuse the proposition. The storage dimension size was limited. Since the production equipment was large, it would be unsafe to travel through the underground tunnel multiple times. The negotiation was successful. After he had managed to sign a big deal like this, Zhao Chenwu was ecstatic. He extended an invitation to Jiang Chen to visit the 6th Street's industrial area and his properties inside. Jiang Chen gladly accepted the invitation as he came along with his personal ride. The ambitious leader that possessed 1/10 of the 6th Street. How much power does he possess here? Jiang Chen was curious to find out. Since his partner wanted to show off his power, Jiang Chen had no reason to refuse. Chapter 37, Industrial Area. This is my firearm factory. Several hundred workers are working for me, and they send these small metal pieces to the good or the bad guys. Let's not go inside. The temperature is unbearable. The sentence sounded a bit conflicting. Zhao Chenwu pointed at the in-production firearm factory as he proudly explained to Jiang Chen. His gesture was no different than the modern world land developers. This is also my factory, but this place specializes in complex equipment such as stationary cannons. Those things mounted on the inner circle wall are produced mostly from my factory. They walked in front of a much smaller building compared to the previous one. Zhao Chenwu pointed at the place as he lit a cigarette. Apocalypse was no stranger to the cigarette. Alcohol could not be mass-produced due to the shortage of food, so cigarettes became the choice of substance to alleviate pressure. The tobacco here had a pungent smell, and not everyone smoked it. The radiation brought uncontrollable mutation to all organisms on this planet, but not all mutations were harmful. This tobacco, for example, like any other mutated plants in the apocalypse, was well adapted to the soil condition on the wasteland. It could be grown without highly specialized techniques, which is one of the reasons why cigarettes were relatively cheap in the apocalypse. A lot of survivors would grow a few in front of their homes due to its recreational and medical value. Jiang Chen naturally was not accustomed to the pungent taste. Zhao Chenwu laughed at the fact. Then he signaled to him to not worry about it and that he could throw it away if he didn't like it. However, it was relative. When Zhao Chenwu took Jiang Chen's Zhanghua, a top-end cigarette, he felt the taste was too light to entertain himself. "Oh, I'm also interested in these automatic weapons. Would Mr. Zhao be willing to sell me a few? Jiang Chen saw a worker in a white uniform adjusting the half-man-sized big machine with his tablet. The cannon rotated 360 degrees, aimed at the target inside the room, and unleashed its firepower. Haha, of course, that's not a problem. However, these don't get produced very quickly. Added by the fact that the 6th Street is currently upgrading the Northern Inspection Station's equipment, it would be at least 2 months before it can be produced. Mr. Jiang would have to wait. No problem. Jiang Chen smiled without being too bothered. The two of them walked side by side in the highly advanced factory. The female assistant Su Lei following behind them, as she carried Zhao Chenwu's suitcase. The workers along the way saluted as they passed by, which made him feel like a person of importance doing the tour. Honestly speaking, as he took a trip to the factory, Jiang Chen became increasingly shocked by what he saw. There were magnetic hovering drones the size of a frisbee and half-built 2 meters high power armors. Just like Zhao Chenwu said, the production rate of the equipment was extremely limiting. This was because military factories and related facilities were first target choices during the war. To obtain a civil production line was relatively easy, but to acquire a complete military production line were nearly impossible. Including the power armor that was being produced, the majority of the equipment were being built by hand. Jiang Chen saw a worker use a tool similar to hammer to form the shape of the armor at high temperatures, and another worker carefully installed the microelectronic chips inside the armor. Perhaps all these production steps were done by high-precision automatic production lines before the war, but in the apocalypse, a lot of things must be done by hand. Of course, the missing production processes were for more complicated equipment. The production line for bullets was relatively easy to acquire. Despite limitations, the survivors still possessed a tremendous amount of firepower. Regardless how hard the zombies' head are, a single bullet would solve the problem. Even for the Death Claw, who could rip through the power armor's outer protection layer, tanks still existed as its natural predator. A question was apparent. With all these powerful equipment, the humans still can't conquer the bloodthirsty mutants and zombies. He thought about this point and was silent. He was curious as to what existed in the city center. Part of this equipment will become my private force, and part of it will be sold to the 6th Street military or other interested buyers. However, the power armor is usually not permitted to be sold. The spider tank and other heavy equipment are also prohibited. With the exception that the 6th Street Council approves the military purchase through voting, my factory would then begin to produce the complicated equipment. Zhao Chenwu did not seem to notice Jiang Chen as he rambled on. The words were meant as precautionary measures, as it would be difficult if Jiang Chen wanted to buy a power armor. So Mr. Zhao is considered a firearm merchant then. Jiang Chen got rid of all the questions in his head and smiled. Somewhat. I still have a pharmaceutical factory, and I also operate some fixed assets within the inner circle. If Mr. Jiang is interested in buying a house in the inner circle, I would be of great help. Zhao Chenwu inhaled the cigarette as he said with a welcoming smile. He then grabbed a bracelet shaped like an arm guard and gave it to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang is often out venturing. This nitrogen armor will be my gift to you. Appreciate the gift. Jiang Chen didn't reject the offer. He wore the bracelet on his arm before he looked at Zhao Chenwu, eyes full of questions. How do you use this? Zhao Chenwu signaled to the soldier that tested the equipment by the side. The soldier saluted and jogged to the middle of the separation chamber. The soldier deployed the nitrogen armor in his hand, as the dense gas surrounded him in thick, turbulent waves. The bracelet in the middle spread the dense gas into a semi-hemisphere shape. At that moment, a heavy machine gun appeared in front of the soldier as the pitch-black barrel spat out waves of bullets. The excellent sound insulation of the separation chamber made it impossible to hear any noises inside. Jiang Chen was surprised to discover that the moment the shots came in contact with the nitrogen layer, the bullets all bounced off. The soldier standing behind the shield still remained in a half-standing position and looked like he didn't even receive the impact of the bullets. Holy, this is a protective barrier. using the atomic vortex effect that forces the nitrogen to create a high-pressure circulation around a center point. Haha, the scientists can go figure the theory part out. I only care about the end result. Is Mr. Jiang satisfied with this? Zhao Chenwu waved his hand to signal the end of the experiment as the machine gun disappeared. Satisfied, extremely satisfied. Is there any limitation with this equipment? Jiang Chen fidgeted with the bracelet before putting it on. Not really, except the power consumption is quite high. The vortex equipment in the middle may overheat. One crystal is enough to initiate this equipment for 1 minute. The equipment will overheat with 10 seconds of usage. After a period of usage, the used crystal would be higher than the cost to produce it. Also, it is not effective against laser and particle weapons, but it is quite exceptional against bullet weapons. Zhao Chenwu let out a smoke ring as he explained. I didn't imagine Mr. Zhao's factory has the capability to develop weapons, Jiang Chen exclaimed. Haha, of course, but this thing doesn't sell that well as not a lot of people can afford it. However, my scientists have been working to integrate this device onto the power armor to see if it can be useful as a part of it. Let's not talk about this anymore. The scientists can take care of these headaches. Haha, like what I said before, I only care about the end result. After they had left the factory, Zhao Chenwu took Jiang Chen to the pharmaceutical plant for a tour. Except the plant was rather small, so there was not much to be seen. Apparently, the genetic vaccine produced from this place accounted for 30% of the 6th Street's market share. Some other vaccines were also among the popular choices on the wasteland, such as steroids and blood makers. After a tour of everything, the two returned to the front door of the ghetto. It was the same labor market manager called Wang Yi. The moment the bold and fat guy saw Zhao Chenwu, he dashed out and saluted in the most exaggerated fashion. His look was comical but not annoying. The fat man had his ways as he managed to live comfortably in the apocalypse by flattering and kissing as not many could manage to pull it off. Zhao Chenwu didn't waste a single word as he glanced at his personal assistant Su Lei before continuing to gloat with Jiang Chen. Su Lei took out a piece of paper and handed it with professionalism to Wang Yi. Wang Yi carefully took that piece of document and promised that he would take care of it. He ran back into this office and took out a stack of paper. Choose whoever you want. These are all excessive labor without work. You don't need to worry about the possibility of stealing other factories' worker. Zhao Chenwu waved his hand as Su Lei gave the stack of documents to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had made the agreement of 30 people with Zhao Chenwu already, and he promised to pay 20 crystal per person. It was included in the price of the goods they already exchanged. The official price for the criminal was 1 crystal. The other 19 was based on the cost of Jiang Chen's demand to install the latest insurance system. Zhao Chenwu didn't make a single crystal in this deal as he sold it at cost to Jiang Chen. Compared to the potential profit of the trade agreement, he didn't care about the small gains and losses. The latest insurance system was far more exceptional compared to the electronic bracelet. It used nanosurgery to install microchips at the neck of the criminals. If anyone betrayed or resisted, Jiang Chen could immediately activate the destruction program in the chip, and the betrayer's head would fly off like a soccer ball. Although cruel, Jiang Chen was not ready to risk his own life for the sympathy of irrelevant people. At the same time, the chip was equipped with a lie detector, GPS tracking, visual sensor, and neural shut-off system. The criminals would have no privacy nor the ability to betray. It was far more advanced than the electronic collars, though of course it came at a hefty price too. However, Jiang Chen was an understanding guy. As long as they have no ill intentions, he didn't mind letting them enjoy a much more comfortable life. Haha, let me know if you see anyone you like. They will be deported because they possess terminal illness. Zhao Chenwu only needed to open his mouth before he decided the fate of this group of people. The feeling of power was an excellent feeling. Jiang Chen had the pile of resumes in his hand as he flipped through everything. The resumes lacked bullshit compared to the modern-day ones and explicitly stated the person's worth. A special examination, using an artificial intelligence's testing system, was done to objectively determine a person's abilities. For example, if one possesses computer knowledge, the artificial intelligence would divide the knowledge of equipment into 5 levels. Construction major or mechanical major. In the 6th Street with an excessive workforce, without an exceptional skill, it would be impossible to find a job. At the firearm factory that Zhao Chenwu didn't even want to step in, everyone was a mechanical scientist on the production line. But to Jiang Chen, these guys were far more valuable, and he terribly needed their help. The advanced technology specialist comprised of 1/3 construction, mechanical and chemistry applications, and technologists made up the remainder of the choices. Individuals with special abilities were prioritized. For example, people who could cook would be considered by Jiang Chen. Subsequently, people with good body conditions were prioritized, since upgrading the mansion required labor. Lastly, families were considered first because people part of a family have a unique sense of belonging and connection. Jiang Chen would not have to worry about their loyalty. Also, he didn't want to take care of people's hormonal needs. Jiang Chen handed the chosen resumes to Su Lei, and the professional female assistant headed to the ghetto with the 30 resumes in her hand. Zhao Chenwu had already arranged everything with the manager of the ghetto, as the group of people were gathered quickly before they were taken to a quarantine room. They used the excuse, testing for diseases, but all the reports were already forged. All 30 of them were diagnosed with the X1 virus, and were then taken to a room to have the microchip implemented. Human rights? That's a joke. There were no human rights in the apocalypse. The moment they received the nutrient supply from the survivor base, their freedom no longer belonged to them. Jiang Chen didn't rush to see the people he selected. Instead, he returned to the inner circle. Zhao Chenwu put Jiang Chen's ID on the inner circle whitelist, which meant he no longer needed to pay a 1 crystal entrance fee. Although the tax was not a huge amount, it was a friendly gesture. The purchased individuals were placed as supplies and were guarded by Zhao Chenwu's own force into the underground sewer system. They headed for the arranged trade point and waited for Jiang Chen to accept the supplies at that point. Despite the fear that may be going through the individuals' heads, Jiang Chen accepted Zhao Chenwu's invitation to have dinner together. On the dinner table, the 6th Street boss constantly flattered him, which made Jiang Chen quite amazed by the power of money. Regardless of age, money talked. In the end, he only needed to consider how to expand his power to preserve the cake in his hand. Chapter 38, Slave Arrangement. The next day, Jiang Chen checked out from the Paradise Island Hotel. He then said goodbye to Zhao Chenwu before beginning his journey back home. The underground sewage system's restructuring plan had already started. A few military personnel from the Zhao Corporation had already occupied the entrance. The busy construction vehicle, along with the workers with polyethylene boards, demonstrated the emphasis Zhao Chenwu placed on this trade route. Soldiers with full combat gear saw Jiang Chen approach and signaled him to stop. After verification of Gene ID to identify that Jiang Chen was a person of importance to the boss, the soldiers saluted and stepped aside to allow Jiang Chen to pass. Although they worked under a corporate structure, the private forces already possessed military discipline and capability that made Jiang Chen gain a better understanding of the 6th Street's ability. On the surface, the civil military was protecting the safety of the 6th Street, but the real forces were the private forces of the capitalists. The civil military acted more like the police. If these soldiers faced the Russian, it would be an easy fight, unlike last time. The actual construction of the underground sewage system has yet to begin. Jiang Chen jumped on top of the mold-covered concrete floor. His surroundings were pitch black. He opened his tactical flashlight as well as the 3-dimensional map on the full sensory computer. After finalizing the direction, Jiang Chen headed home. The atmosphere felt repressive. After the civil soldiers had taken them to the quarantine room, a bad feeling sprouted from everyone's head. The examination that they all acquired X1 virus has rectified their suspension. Then a few people in white coats that looked like doctors ordered soldiers with genetic medication to pin them on the bed. After they had regained their consciousness, everyone's neck felt oddly sore. All of you have been injected with the slavery microchip. I don't think I have to explain further. You'll be taken to your new owner in a bit, you pigs. Cheng Weiguo still clearly remembered the cold and condescending gaze. To the 6th Street, the unemployed were pigs that wasted food. It was a conspiracy. But no one resisted. They were no longer new to the survivor camps. After they have accepted the aid, freedom is only a mere wish. If they didn't work, they would receive 1 nutrient supply a day. This would only prevent them from starving to death, but a few had died anyways. All of them huddled in a circle as 6 soldiers in black combat gear stood by the side. Some have guessed that the Zhao Corporation purchased them, but with the supplies stacked beside them, it only made them feel like they were part of the items sold. Honey, did they do anything to you? Cheng Weiguo worriedly held his wife's hand. No, I lost my consciousness after they injected tranquilizer. I feel the same way as you guys, only a bit sore in the neck. Zhou Jixi wanted her husband to remain calm as she gently held his hand and answered softly. The couple should spend some intimate time together. Maybe we will be sold as slave labor somewhere. The man will work and the woman he. A middle-aged man opened his mouth and he said, grinning. What the fuck did you just say? Cheng Weiguo felt the tremble from his wife's hand as rage filled his chest. He furiously glared at the man. What do you want to fight? The middle-aged man drowsily yawned as he pointed at the back of his neck. Come, I won't fight back. Let's see if you die or I die first. Slaves are the private property of the owner. If a fight broke out between slaves, the usual consequence was that both parties would be executed in public. The private forces have already noticed the disturbance, and they pointed their guns to deter the fight. These people were properties of the boss' valued friend. If anything happened, they would receive punishment. Cheng Weiguo clenched his fist but had to let it go. The other slaves saw that nothing happened, and all lost their interest without paying more attention. Suddenly, the private forces all moved. The 6 of them lined up and saluted to a young man. They got on the small moving vehicle and then left. What does it feel like to be stared down by 30 pairs of eyes? It didn't feel like anything special, especially when he knew he controlled their life. The apathetic feeling to life felt particularly real. Jiang Chen let out a breath as he got rid of the uneasy feeling from his mind. He didn't want to become a cold-blooded politician. He wanted to be a wealthy man who lived a lavish life. Unambitious is not a terrible way to experience life. However, to accumulate wealth on this chaotic piece of land, he must have the necessary forces. If he weren't a rich man, he would just be a prey. If he met Huizhang mercenaries again, he would fall victim again. Force and deterrence were necessary, and he must get used to them. He recollected his thought as he scanned through the jittery figures and slowly let out a long breath. Okay, look at me. I will be your future master. Jiang Chen clapped his hand as he shouted. His voice echoing through the dark sewage system had a strange feel to it. I know you guys all have a lot of questions in your mind, such as if you would be used as a lure or carry a weapon to go fight in the front line. Fortunately, I can guarantee that it won't happen. Jiang Chen sensed that everyone let out a sigh of relief. The 30 heartbeat-related indicators have all decreased on the EP. A pleased smile appeared on his face before he took another deep breath and spoke out. You guys are lucky because I am your master and I believe you will experience that shortly. You work for me and you won't starve. I can even let you guys live a wealthy life as you have never imagined before. However, at this point, Jiang Chen gradually slowed his voice down and purposely lowered his voice as he added a sullen chillness to his tone. I am a kind and sympathetic person, but the only thing I cannot forgive is betrayal. You all know the microchip installed at the back of your neck. For me, you have no privacy at all. For traitors, there is no punishment other than death. That's all. His words of certainty transmitted through the pitch-silent underground sewage system. The frightened, fearful, and worried pupils dilated as they didn't dare to make a sound. Afraid, that's right. That's what he wanted to instill in their heart. Carrot after stick, he knew that these people would be obedient. He was aware that the moment they smelt the first bowl of kanji after so many years, These frightened and uncertain people would immediately praise him as the second god. "What are you all waiting for? Grab everything and let's go home." Jiang Chen waved his hand as the slaves stood up quivering and lifted all the supplies. He climbed out of the exit. After he had ensured the safety of the surrounding, he lowered the hook and cables down. People below hooked the supplies up and lifted the stocks one by one. The production equipment were all disassembled and stored in boxes. Assembling can be done in the mansion. He led the slaves with packs of supplies as they carefully traversed through the deserted streets full of lifeless zombies. Jiang Chen finally saw his mansion, or dirt fortress. He pressed the doorbell. Quickly, a graceful figure jumped into his firm embrace as she hugged his neck. "Did you pick up girls?" The cat-like eyes gazed at Jiang Chen as Sun Jiao examined him top-down. "Shouldn't the first sentence be 'I miss you'?" Jiang Chen patted Sun Jiao's back with a bitter smile. This girl was even naughtier, an audacious girl transforming into a caring woman. "You haven't answered my question yet." Sun Jiao smirked as she drew a circle on his back with her finger. "I swear to God, no." Jiang Chen raised his hand and swore. At the same time, he added a sentence in his mind. "If the robot doesn't count." Although her sixth sense made Sun Jiao a little suspicious, Jiang Chen didn't smell odd, so she quickly let it go. After she had kissed Jiang Chen again, she began to order the slaves on the side to move things into the mansion, then started to plan on how to settle these slaves. The grass field in front of the mansion was circled out and used to build temporary tents for them. The small traveler-sized tents were purchased with Zhao Chenwu and could barely fit 2 people. Due to the limitation of space, they would have to squeeze a bit, but it would still be better than sleeping outside. Of course, there were still rooms in the mansion, but Jiang Chen wasn't kind enough to let these strangers live in his home. Even if they have no ability to fight back and kept a clean record in the ghetto, he still had trust issues. Without the proper loyalty and allegiance, Jiang Chen could only treat them as strangers. Yao Yao understandingly followed Jiang Chen's instructions and brought a giant pot. She dumped half a bag of rice along with an ample amount of water. Then she added some cabbage leaves and some ground pork into the pot with 2 spoons of salt and a small spoon of gourmet powder. She opened the natural gas and started to cook in the giant pot. After a giant wooden spoon had mixed all the ingredients, Yao Yao tiptoed to cover the pot. She sniffed and adjusted the fire before waiting quietly for the congee to cook. Although she didn't understand why Jiang Chen would make such a delicious meal for the slaves, she would support his decision regardless of the motive. Brother's sympathetic look was handsome. Perhaps it was the fire, but Yao Yao's face blushed in redness. Slowly, she was getting to the age where she had her own fantasy. Chapter 39. Jobs and Responsibilities. When bowls of congee mixed with cabbage leaves and ground pork were brought to the table, everyone gulped at the smell of delicacies. Hungry eyes stared fixedly at the table. If not for the slavery microchips, they would have dashed at the food like monsters. Jiang Chen was happy to see their expressions. These people were his slaves, but he would rather treat them as employees as long as they were obedient like now. As long as no one dared to rush for the food without his permission, he was satisfied. Gulp! Jiang Chen glanced at Sun Jiao beside him with an awkward smile. Even this foodie gulped at the sight of the food. He lowered his voice and said, "Didn't you just eat? Why are you hungry?" "None of your business." Sun Jiao threatened him with a flash of her teeth before she averted her gaze with a blushing face. She wasn't necessarily hungry, but she was driven by an instinct for food. "Ahem, what are you guys waiting for? Time to eat." Jiang Chen signaled that they could eat with a smile on his face. His voice was like a heavenly melody to them. When Jiang Chen said the word eat, almost all of the slaves wanted to profusely thank him. These refugees were law-abiding people, which meant they were easy to control. They needed only 2 meals a day to survive, and even without the deterrence of the microchips, no one was foolish enough to have ill intentions when they saw Jiang Chen's generosity. A fool would never have the ability to find another fool to scheme together anyway. Of course, as a method of deterrence, The microchips did an excellent job. Don't rush and eat slowly. If you're not full after 20 minutes, then you can line up again to have another bowl. Of course, if you dare to overeat and puke it out, I'll make you eat everything you vomited. Jiang Chen stood by the giant pot as the slaves one by one went up and carefully used a ladle to pour kanji. That's disgusting, Sun Jiao whispered by Jiang Chen's ear. I can't let these people who haven't seen rice before waste it, right? Jiang Chen quietly replied with a shrug. This meal consumed 2 pounds of rice, 2 pork strips, and 3 cabbages. A lot of the food in the basement was brought out to exchange for supplies, and as for the rest, the stored cans of food were used to trade, and the cabbages and perishable rice were originally supposed to last the 3 of them for a month. Now that 30 people needed to be fed, the food in the basement was nowhere near sufficient. After all, Jiang Chen bought those at the supermarket, so the quantities were small. Stop, these things aren't even worth mentioning where I come from. I'll go again soon to bring more back, Jiang Chen responded with a bitter smile. At the same time, he was planning to rent a storage space in the rural area and use a food distributor to purchase some non-packaged food. Using sandpaper every time was too much of a hassle. But this audacious Miss Sun Jiao was becoming more of a homemaker. The dissatisfied pout in her eyes at his wastefulness oddly made Jiang Chen feel a rush of emotion. The more this girl transformed into a civilized person, the more attractive she became. Jiang Chen touched his slightly burning nose and stopped peeking at the side of her face. The mansion was no longer empty like before, and with this many people, he had to be aware of any intimacy. When he saw the completely cleaned-out bowls accompanied by eyes that were still frightened, but now held a hint of gratitude, Jiang Chen coughed as he signaled for everyone to look at him. Are you guys full? No one responded. If you want to eat tomorrow, then you better answer all of my questions. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Yes, everyone hesitantly opened their mouths. Jiang Chen nodded his eyes, pleased. Excellent. Hearing your response makes me confident that I'm not raising a bunch of mute pigs. The way I speak may be offensive to you because you guys are nothing to me. Thanks to me, none of you have to starve anymore, and this is a comfort not many can imagine. Therefore, you all have to prove your worth. Prove that you're worth the 3 meals you eat every day. Yes, I will provide 3 meals a day, but don't be too happy yet. People slacking off are not included. I don't want to be your master because that means I have the responsibility to feed you. Instead, I want you all to consider me as your boss. You are my employees, but the consequence of being fired is quite high. I don't think I need to explain any further. Not a single person argued against his words. To a person who offered them food without torture, they felt only gratefulness. As for what to call him, they didn't care even if Jiang Chen made them call him daddy. They would do so without any hesitation. Dignity, that was for people who weren't hungry. Also, as a civilized individual, Jiang Chen treated them with some respect for his personal reasons. If they were cute girls, it might have been acceptable, but the thought of this bunch of men calling him master only gave him goosebumps. And most importantly, he didn't want his inner self to change from hearing the title master. After everyone finished eating, Jiang Chen adjusted his mindset and continued to speak. Rome wasn't built in a day's time. You all are the first ones to join me in building my empire. I'll bring order and prosperity to this lawless land, and you must contribute to my vision, and in return, I'll continue providing the food that ensures your survival. That's enough from me. From tomorrow on, everyone has work to do. Clean up the bowls after yourself. Whoever's name I call, stay behind. The rest can go back. Remember one thing, the mansion is a restricted area. If anyone enters without my permission, they will be killed immediately. His last sentence rang out with a deathly chill. He monitored the 30 heart rate indicators in his EP, and he nodded with satisfaction. Without any abnormal stimulation, the heart rate would not fluctuate, which meant that they don't have any strange thoughts. Everyone brought their bowls with them at their dismissal and headed to the sink with Yao Yao's guidance. He was thankful for the automatic water treatment system, which provided them with city-wide safe and clean drinking water in the post-apocalypse. Everyone whose names were called stood quivering in front of Jiang Chen. They didn't know what their master would make them do. Jojixi. Yes. Jojixi gently bit her lip as she bowed down to Jiang Chen staring on the ground. She had a husband who loved her dearly. To be truthful, she was afraid that Jiang Chen would require some disdainful need from her. If that was the case, she couldn't resist. For her husband's life, she would shamefully accept. She was clearly thinking too much. Although she was rather attractive, Jiang Chen wasn't into married women, and he especially was not interested in forcing anyone. Also, Miss Sun Jiao was standing beside him. "You all don't have to be so afraid. I won't eat you guys," Jiang Chen said as he shrugged at the 2 males and 2 females. He then asked the wife, "Do you know how to cook?" "MHMM." It was an odd question, but Jojixi truthfully nodded. As a qualified wife, of course she knew how to cook. It was just that ever since she woke up from the hibernation chamber with her husband in the survival base, she hadn't seen rice in a long time. "You'll be responsible for the food of these 30 people. I'll give you a menu in a moment." After he finished, Jiang Chen didn't bother to look at Jojixi's expression as he flipped to the next page. Wang Qin. Here, the timid girl with freckles was frightened by Jiang Chen's voice. "This is not elementary school. You don't have to say here, just say yes." Jiang Chen gently smiled at the peculiar gazes of the 4 people before getting back to the point. "You're an accounting major. Therefore, you'll be responsible for the supplies in storage. I'll give you a copy of the key, and I need a record for every supplies usage. This is an important task, and I cannot allow you to make a mistake. Do you understand?" "Understood." Great. Although the voice was a little weak, it certainly showed her determination, which pleased Jiang Chen. Her timid personality made him especially satisfied with his choice. Lu Huisheng, Peanuts. Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing at such an odd name. "Yes," a responsible-looking middle-aged man cautiously nodded in response. "I heard you were the chief developer of Huajian real estate." "That was before the war." Lu Huisheng smiled bitterly. "I don't care when it happened, I only need you to redesign this base for me. That's right, I want to build a survival camp far larger than 6th Street. I'll need you to draw a layout plan with the mansion in the center and expand the radius of the base by 2 times. The design of the wall, where to put it, how much material is required, and the survivors' building. I trust you know these better than me. I want to see the result by tomorrow at 6 o'clock. I need a full sensory computer and a memory card," Lu Huisheng cautiously said, "for drawing purposes." "Here you go," Jiang Chen said without even blinking. Jiang Chen purchased a bunch of these cheap, second-hand equipment that littered the 6th Street. "Okay, that's it. You 3 can leave now." The ones released let out a breath of relief, as they looked compassionately at their companion left behind before they quickly left with their bowls. "Hee, boss, what about me?" The person remaining was a middle-aged man with a pair of glasses. His figure was rather lean, meaning he was unable to do any physical labor. He saw that Jiang Chen didn't say anything, which made him uncomfortably scratch his head as he asked in a timid voice. The other 3 people were all assigned tasks to complete, but this young boss didn't give him any instructions, which made him quite afraid. His mind began to wander to see if he did anything wrong to upset the boss. Chapter 40, Game Development. His anxiety was unjustified, as Jiang Chen's voice was calm and gentle. But to Du Yangkang's ears. "I like the title boss." Jiang Chen smiled as he pulled out a resume and cut straight to the topic. Du Yangkang, age 30, male, computer major, previously worked as the chief technology officer at Walkman Technology. Is this correct? "Yes," Du Yangkang carefully answered, uncertain about the meaning behind Jiang Chen's words. "That makes things easier then." Jiang Chen got right to the point and threw a Huawei phone to him. "You're going to develop an operating system for me on this thing. It shouldn't be that difficult for you, right?" This is an order. I want to hear you answer with certainty." Jiang Chen didn't waste time with any bullshit. He bought these people to work for him, not the other way around. "Yes, yes." Du Yangkang quickly nodded without any attitude that indicated his former executive position at a top company. Such a laughable dignity had long vanished in the cruelty of the apocalypse. Jiang Chen now controlled his life, and his only option was to serve him. When Jiang Chen saw Du Yangkang's perplexed look, he smiled and walked over to pat him on the shoulder. He didn't care about the overwhelmed expression on Du Yangkang's face as he continued to explain. "You don't have to be reserved. Do a good job and I won't let you down." "I understand, boss." Du Yangkang sensibly lowered his head. Jiang Chen nodded before he continued. "I have some requirements. Let me know if you have any difficulties, but you'll have to solve it, understand?" "Yes." "Good." Jiang Chen was pleased with Du Yangkang's certainty. "I don't know about operating systems, so I only care about the results. I need you to develop an operating system that has 2 times the processing power as this system called Android. At the same time, don't change any of the requirements so that it remains compatible with all Android and iOS system software. Ask me any questions you have right now since you won't be seeing me a lot. I want to see a reliable result by next month." Finishing, he handed him an iPhone that was also brand new. Du Yangkang took it and fiddled around on the screen for a bit before a forced smile appeared on his face. "What, is this too difficult for you?" Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. "No, this is too easy." Du Yangkang waved his hands in denial. He was afraid that his boss would fire him for this kind of easy job that didn't exist even before the war. Then explain." Jiang Chen was quite curious. Du Yangkang adjusted his glasses as he displayed the phone with the air of a professional before he started to explain. "First, this old operating system should be a product from 150 years ago. The hardware operating efficiency as well as the human-computer interactive design are full of flaws." "Oh, you're saying that the human-computer interface of the iPhone is bad?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh at the statement. Du Yangkang snuck a look at Jiang Chen's expression, and when he saw that he wasn't angry hearing about the flaws of the 2 operating systems, he began to explain more in depth with renewed courage. "Regarding hardware operating efficiency, although the logic seems faultless, there exist unnecessary areas. To put it simply, a logic that can be covered with just 1 plus 1, due to the limitation of the programming language as well as the algorithm, becomes muddled when the processor must do some unnecessary actions. For example, by defining a equals 1, b equals 1, and then calculating c equals a plus b to output c equals 2 as the final result. This old processing method not only wastes memory, but it also decreases the operating efficiency of the equipment tremendously." "Oh, then how will you take care of it?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. "This is an easy fix. The ultimate problem lies in the limitation of the programming language. Although both systems have its pros and cons, they can't escape the boundary of the lower-level programming language. If D++ is used to program it, some small adjustments to compatibility will solve the problem. The antique known as the phone would have its operating efficiency increased by 3-fold, and the power consumption would also be cut in half. At the same time, because the drain on the hardware is lessened, the hardware life would also be extended for a prolonged period." Jiang Chen gasped for air. This was ridiculous. The hardware operating efficiency increased by 3 times. Could it also be compatible with apps from both systems? These 2 features alone were already insane. That meant that even with a terrible phone, they could easily run games previously available only on the iPhone. This system would start a revolution in the phone gaming industry. Phone game developers spent an endless amount of effort to decrease memory usage. To optimize the game, they often had to remove features that enhanced gameplay and catered towards the general audience. But if this operating system was introduced, everyone's phone performance would increase by 3 times. At that point, the creativity of developers could be fully unleashed, free to create worlds of imagination that could run on every computer. It was a technological revolution. iOS and Android would never be able to compete. Regarding human-computer interaction, I recommend maintaining the status quo since I'm already accustomed to this interface. Jiang Chen paused. Even if he controlled this man's life, he didn't want to expose his identity to someone who had yet to prove anything. Trust me, boss, my design will be much more advanced than this ancient human-computer interaction method. This former chief of technology officer was a different and more zealous person when touching on the topic of technology. Yes, using the touchpad to perform human-computer interaction is still mainstream even to this day. But this ancient operating system is inherently different from the operating system used by present-day entertainment systems. What's the difference? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, can you create it? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. If it is basic artificial intelligence, I'm confident I can create it in a month's time since all the data is stored in the library's database. I only need to transfer it. Du Yongkang patted his chest. If artificial intelligence isn't difficult, then why isn't it on the full-sensory computer? Jiang Chen asked with some confusion. If it was so effective, there was no reason to not use it on the full-sensory computer. That's because the Artificial Intelligence Act prohibited the development of artificial intelligence. If everything was given to machines to do, everyone would be unemployed. Du Yongkang shrugged. The artificial intelligence operating system was popular for a time before it was replaced by an equally impressive neural operating system. Before the war, artificial intelligence was only limited to the nuclear power plant, the water treatment plant, and other government-run infrastructure. I see. You talked about basic artificial intelligence. Are there no risks? Jiang Chen voiced his worry of the artificial intelligence programs potentially mutating within the modern-day world's internet and developing into a malicious program. He was reminded of the movie I, Robot that portrayed a world ruled by artificial intelligence. So you are worrying too much. Du Yongkang sighed, guessing at Jiang Chen's concern. The program is fundamentally a stable program. Even if they were intelligent, they could never possess emotion or desire. At a basic level, it can only be what you've programmed it to do. Its intelligence responds to what you've taught it before. For example, if you hit it, it will not fight back. Its interest is neither hurt nor would it sense any danger, unless you specifically tell it if someone hits you, fight back. Only in this case would it respond with an action. Self-coding is something only intermediary artificial intelligence possesses. As for emotions, that's something only advanced artificial intelligence would have. Even before the war, it was a theoretical concept. Artificial intelligence was fundamentally a more advanced program. Only after hearing the explanation did Jiang Chen finally feel relieved. Okay, you'll be fully responsible for everything. You're free to try anything you want. Also, you have to keep in mind that you must ensure the security of this system. I don't want to hand this phone to someone only to have them crack the entire operating system and create something similar. Security was of the utmost concern. Jiang Chen didn't want to see the operating system he brought over to be cracked into an open source within a few days. Especially if the D++ language was exposed, he would not be able to explain it. The best way to program it was to have it be like a black box that only exchanged information with an external source, but did not accept any data extraction. Du Yongkang hesitated for a brief second before he smiled and promised. Boss, don't worry. The program I develop will not be easily cracked. Walkman Technology Corporation's games were all secured by me. Take Star Storm 7, for example. It released before the war, but no one in the world has been able to crack the game yet. For an operating system of this level, this is a piece of cake to me. This certainly seemed to be the case. If someone in the modern world had the ability to crack software made by the chief technology officer from 150 years in the future, it meant that he was also a time traveler. Jiang Chen would do anything to kill him, but of course, such scenario would be impossible. Good, if you can do it, it'll be an outstanding achievement. Work hard. I promise you'll be able to eat meat every meal. Jiang Chen laughed as he patted Du Yongkang's shoulder. Hearing about the meat, Du Yongkang was ecstatic. He would never have dreamed of this before. With a taste of the rewards, Du Yongkang immediately reaffirmed that he would finish in no time. It was no surprise that he used to be in management. He was technically skilled but also masterful in kissing ass. Jiang Chen didn't dislike such clever people. Lastly, for Future Technologies logo, Make it look cool so that people think it's futuristic, but don't overdo it." "Yes, boss," the guy belted out. Jiang Chen nodded his head, pleased at Du Yongkang's confidence. He waved his hand to signal him to leave. The cheerful Du Yongkang carried both phones and walked away. Of course, before he left he also remembered to take his bowl. Instead of labor work, he could work in his old field. For many years, he hadn't dared to imagine this kind of happiness. But it became a reality on this day. Grateful for the opportunity given by Jiang Chen, Du Yongkang mustered all of his determination to create a product that would stun the boss. Although the technology was ancient, the boss liked it, and the best way to rise up the ladder was to do things that the boss liked. He didn't care about Jiang Chen's purpose, he only needed to complete the task.